We have all 5 commissioners here. Yes, we do. All right, we'll start off with the Pledge of Allegiance. Everybody on your feet. I pledge allegiance
To the
to
flag,
the flag of the United States of America and to the
republic
republic for which it stands,
which it stands,
one
one
nation,
nation
under
under
God,
under God,
indivisible,
indivisible,
with
liberty
liberty
and
and
justice for
all.
all. For all.
Amen. Thank you. All right, just some rules in regard to public comment. There's only 2 periods of public comment. They'll be taken during the meeting, once at the beginning of the board meeting, and again at the end of the meeting. Public comment will not be taken on each agenda item. Public comment is limited to 3 minutes. No more than 1 voice message on public comment per person will be played during each public comment period. Douglas County public comment phone line is available to the public at 9 a.m. So it's open now. Public comment will remain open for at least 5 minutes to allow members of the public to call until the last caller has finished leaving a voice message. Okay, we'll start off with the public comments. Do you have any public comments, Natalie?
Chairman, we did not do the invocation. Did you want to do that first?
Say again.
We did not do the invocation. We have Pastor Webb on.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Go ahead.
Okay, Pastor Larry Webb from Shadow Mountain Church is going to give the invocation.
Thank you, Chairman Ingalls. Psalm 50, verse 15 reads where God said, "Call upon me in the day of trouble, and I will deliver you." Father God in heaven, these are our most troublesome times. None of us ever anticipated this. Less than 24 hours ago, there was unprecedented chaos and criminality in our nation's capital. Domestic terrorists did the unthinkable and attempted an insurrection. And we would pray that those guilty parties are arrested and prosecuted to the fullest extent of the law. And we pray that our democratic rule of government would never, ever be interrupted like this again. And at the same time, our nation is experiencing a serious surge in COVID cases. And we cannot even estimate all the societal complications this plague has caused. And we understand now more than ever that we need you to sustain us through these difficult times. We are calling upon you in our time and day of trouble. We pray for the victims from this disease, and we pray for protection from this disease for the remainder of us. We pray that the distribution of these vaccines will accelerate and that soon a significant percentage of our population will be immune to this virus so that herd immunity can be a viable thing. We desperately pray for the health of this nation, and we pray that soon this too shall pass. Bless these men, and in particular, bless the new members of this commission, as I'm sure there's a learning curve. Bless this meeting and the business that will be conducted, and I ask it all in the name of your Son, the Lord Jesus Christ. Amen.
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 Thank you, Pastor.
Thank you.
All right, so do we have any comments, Natalie, or any phone calls?
Yes, Natalie Wood for the record. I have 2 messages received so far and I can start playing them.
Okay.
Jim Slade. On item 3, the format for future board meetings. As you know, it's been a long-term policy of this board to allow public comment on each agenda item as it is considered. While I understand that is not a requirement of the open meeting law, that is the only way that makes sense if you are actually interested in having public comment on issues before the board that affect the residents of this county, as you should. That is certainly the intent of the OML. It makes no sense for the public to comment on a particular issue before the presentation, before any question and answer period, and before any new information is presented, whether by staff or the applicant. The public deserves the opportunity to comment after all that information is presented to the board in order to provide the most relevant comments. Even more nonsensical would be to comment on a particular item at the end of the meeting after the vote has been taken. Many involved members of the community often wish to comment on more than one agenda item. To only have 3 minutes at the start of the meeting is totally inadequate. I understand that the COVID pandemic has imposed challenges in holding public meetings, but the technology exists to easily rectify this issue. Last week, I participated in a Zoom meeting with the RTC, where not only the members were on Zoom, but so were the members of the public. That is something the board easily could and should do. The board could also easily have had meetings all fall in the community center with masks and social distancing required. There's plenty of space there, and the virus was at low levels all fall. I would urge you to consider that as well as soon as the spread of the virus shows improvement. I would also like to pull consent calendar item I for further discussion and clarification. First of all, why is the county paying for water improvements at a private residence? That's not explained at all. More importantly, however, I feel that perhaps this was put on the agenda to see if any of you were actually paying attention to the presentation on the open meeting law on Monday. I can't believe that Deputy DA Ritchie, the county manager, the chairman, or any other commissioners thinks that this is a clear and complete agenda item. It certainly does not describe the agenda item with the clear and complete detail that the public will receive public notice, in fact, of what will be discussed as required. Virtually every issue that comes before the board that deals with a particular location or property specifically states in the agenda as required the location, including community, street address, and APN. That information is completely absent here, depriving the public of the knowledge of where exactly this is proposed. This could be anywhere in the county. That is unacceptable and a violation of OML. Information in the packet is irrelevant, though even that is unclear. You must continue this item to another meeting.
Ellie Waller, W-A-L-L-E-R. Item number 3, I support open meetings with COVID provisions in place. As stated in item 3, Board of County Commissioners meetings and a discussion of the in-person meetings, virtual meetings, and hybrid meeting options, review requirements to provide safe access to public meetings for the community, approve the continued use of virtual board meetings until the number of active COVID cases in Douglas County falls below, then there is no percentage. What is that percentage? I'm assuming that's going to be discussed. The county manager's office has ensured that the public has access to board meetings by live stream meetings through YouTube. Public comment to board can be provided in writing in advance of the meeting or by leaving a voice message during the public comment period. The county manager's office is available to help and provide. Having access to meetings and providing written comment, which is not required to be read into the minutes, is not participating per agenda item and not equitable public participation. As requested by me at the January 4th meeting, at the very least, why hasn't the county manager, the DA, or whomever is making the decision, allowing for public comment after each agenda item? There is no suitable reason or explanation not to approve the request for comments to occur at each agenda item. Public comment and then board discussion have piqued invaluable questions that the board members may have not considered if we do not do this at each agenda item. Access to, as stated by the county manager's office, is not participation. Because we have no indication of when a hybrid meeting may occur, I am urging you as a board to discuss this in detail and come up with a better process so the public can comment after each agenda item. Next, I'm hoping that the county manager will provide what the vision for the rest of this year. We're talking 12 months. What are we to accomplish and what funding is in place to do so? Thank you.
Okay, that was the last public comment received. It came in at 8:59 a.m. We're at 9:10 a.m. right now, so we've had it open for at least 5 minutes in accordance with the agenda.
So that would be 9:15. Natalie?
If you want to hold it open for an additional 5 minutes, we could do that.
If there's no more call-ins and public comment, this is going to be a long day, so let's go ahead and commence with the agenda. In regard to Mr. Slade's comment on item I, do any members of the board have any feeling in regard to that? And we could pull that item to a later date, get more information on it. Commissioner Gardner?
Mr. Chair, I believe we can do that when we get into the approval of the consent calendar, or are we in that area of approval of the agenda?
We're not there officially yet, but it's something to think about.
Okay.
If we go in there.
Yeah, I would be inclined to agree with Mr. Slade on that. So as we get to that item, there's another item on the consent calendar that I will probably look to pull as well for further discussion. So when we get there, I'll make those proper motions. Thank you.
Any other quick comments?
Mr. Chairman,
Yes,
if I may, regarding agenda item I, we do have staff available if the desire of the commission is to pull it to the administrative agenda for discussion.
all right, well, let's go ahead with the approval of the agenda. Would, for possible action, approval of the proposed agenda. The Board of County Commissioners reserve the right to take items in a different order, to accomplish business in a most efficient manner, to combine two or more agenda items for consideration, and to remove items from the agenda or delay discussion relating to items on the agenda.
Okay, I guess we're there now. So
It appears.
this,
Yeah.
Mr. Chair, I would like to remove or move consent calendar item F for further discussion, along with agenda consent calendar item I as well.
Do I
That's
hear
my
a,
motion too.
I'll second it. Is everybody prepared to make a vote? All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed signify by saying nay. Well, apparently we have 3 commissioners, and that's to carry the vote. So we will address F and I at a later date.
Oh, I apologize. I was on mute. I was at a yay. I apologize.
Right. It's Commissioner Tarkanian.
Mr. Chairman, I'm not sure, were we pulling this for discussion, or are we pulling that to remove it from the agenda?
We're pulling it to for a later date to get more detail.
No, that actually wasn't my motion. My motion, Mr. Rice, was to pull items F and I for further discussion in the administrative portion of the calendar. If we feel like one of those 2 items needs to be delayed further, then I think we can discuss that at that time. Would that be correct, Mr. Cates?
You're on mute too. There you go.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Well, we've had a motion and a second, and 4 of the commissioners have voted in favor. Commissioner Rice, would you like to present your vote?
I'm in favor. I wanted to know what I was voting for, though.
That can happen.
Picky,
All right.
picky.
All right. Okay, so F and I will be pulled until a later date
No, until later today.
or later today.
To the administrative agenda.
Yeah. Okay, so we go to the approval of the agenda.
Mr. Chairman, I move that we approve the agenda as presented with the exception of F and I will be heard during the administrative agenda.
Second.
Okay. All right, we have a motion on the floor and a second to move I and F to later in the meeting. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Motion carries 5-0. And we'll go to approval of the previous minutes. Anybody care to bring this forward? To approve the previous minutes?
I had discussed this with Mr. Cates, I believe it was. The three new commissioners weren't a part of those meetings, although we read the minutes. And I guess you're gonna need at least one of us to approve it to get to a majority. So I was advised that we could approve it based upon the representation of the two commissioners that were there, and that's what I will do.
So that's a motion?
That's true. That's a motion to approve the minutes as long as the two commissioners that were present at the meeting feel that they are accurate.
I will second that motion.
All right. Can we carry a vote? All those in favor say aye.
Aye. Aye.
The motion carries 5-0. Now we will adjourn as the Board of County Commissioners and
I
reconvene.
think we have 2 minutes we have to approve, sir.
Oh, okay. Then we have approval of the Commissioner meeting, the regular meeting for December 3.
Mr. Chairman, I move that we approve the minutes as presented.
Do I hear a second?
Second.
Okay, we have a first and a second to approve the minutes of December 3. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye.
Aye.
Motion carries 5-0. Now we'll adjourn as the Board of County Commissioners and reconvene as Douglas County Liquor Board. For possible action, discussion to approve the addition of Luconis John Mitchelson as an additional owner and on-site manager to the existing packaged retail liquor license for Mitchelson Gas at Mart. Luconis John Mitchelson has signed a waiver of notice of hearing. Mitchelson's Gas Mart is located at 217 Kingsbury Road, State Line, Nevada, 89449, with a mailing address of P.O. Box 2010, State Line, Nevada, 89449. Captain Mitchelson, are you here?
Yes, this is Captain Ron Mitchelton with the Douglas County Sheriff's Office. This applicant has completed all the required paperwork, paid the required fees, and the Sheriff's Office is not in objection to this addition to the current liquor license.
All right, Captain, thank you.
Motion to approve.
Did I hear a second?
Second him.
Okay. We have a motion to approve, a second. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Okay. The motion carries 5-0. Now we'll adjourn as Douglas County Liquor Board and reconvene as the Board of County Commissioners. The consent calendar. There's 2 items to discuss, but all of the other items, is everybody in accord with the consent calendar?
Mr. Chairman, I move that we approve the consent
minus
calendar.
Items I and F.
Okay. Commissioner Rice, go ahead and let's mention in your motion about I and F.
Did Walt beat me or in that case, I move that we approve the consent calendar with the exception of items I and F and that they be moved to the regular agenda.
Here, a second.
I think Walt seconded that.
Okay. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 The motion carries 5-0.
Okay. F
All right. Now we go to
15.
Douglas County Award presentation. For presentation only. Ceremonial presentation of Proclamation 2021P-001 declaring January 2019 as National Radon Action Month in Douglas County. Susan Howe and Nadia Noel, are you folks here? There you
Hi,
go.
this is Lindsay Chichester from the Cooperative Extension Office. I'll be accepting this on their behalf.
Okay, did you want to say a few words?
I just want to thank you for listening to this today. And I don't know if you want to read the whole proclamation. I know it's a little bit lengthy, but this is our 13th year to bring this forward during National Radon Action Month. And during the months of January and February, we do offer free radon test kits. Radon is a colorless, odorless gas that seeps into your home and is responsible for lung cancer in non-smoking persons. Douglas County is actually the third highest radon potential county in the state. So we do encourage anyone to test. And since most of us might be spending more time at home right now than we normally do, winter's a great time to do that. So there's several locations throughout the county where you can pick up a kit. Or if you're visiting another county in Nevada, you can stop into their extension office as well. I guess if you have any questions, I would be happy to answer them, but I'll let you proceed with that, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Lindsay. Do any of the commissioners have any questions? Lindsay, I have a question. Is there one part of the county that seems to have a higher concentration than other parts of the county?
Yes, great question. So State Line actually has the highest potential of the 64% of homes tested. They are showing the highest. Glenbrook. So radon is measured in what we call picocuries per liter. And anything 4 is kind of the level where you should start thinking about if you need to do a mitigation or test. Glen actually had a home that tested almost 118 picocuries per liter. So if 4 is our cutoff, they're extremely above it. I mentioned State Line was high, followed by Zephyr Cove, Glenbrook, and then Garnerville. So those are the highest ones around the county.
Thank you. I purchased a radon meter on Amazon. It was like, I don't know, $20 or $30. It's pretty accurate. And we moved it around the house. We're on a well here. So we even tested the water for radon concentration. Fortunately, we're well below that level. But if you're in a high radon area, one of these meters might be something that you'd want to have around the house. So
Yeah, definitely. And what we recommend right now is if you've never tested, to come in and get a kit and test now. And if it's between 4 and 8 picocuries per liter, to come in and get a second free test kit, measure again for consistency. And then at that point, we can help you make decisions of whether your home is appropriate for mitigation or if you can wait. And if you have tested, they do recommend to test every other year. So this is a great time. We offer the short-term ones. You probably have the long-term one there. And so we have those available as well. They're not free right now, just the short-term ones are, but we can certainly help you.
good advice.
Thanks.
Any other comments? Jennifer, we appreciate you coming here and giving us this information and passing it on. So we'll take it to heart and remember we can get this through the county. So thank you, Jennifer.
Great. Thank you for your time.
All right, moving on. The county manager, the presentation, update the county manager and the director of Carson City Health and Human Services regarding the COVID. Is this the item that's going to be heard 11:45?
No.
No, sir, but I think you want to take the two items that were pulled from the consent calendar first.
We're gonna, I didn't follow. We're gonna pull them until Doc Holman is available?
No, sir, that's item number, excuse me, that's item number 3. But I think where you want to go now is to the two items that were pulled from the consent calendar first. Item F. Item F, then item
Okay.
I.
We're going back to the INF.
Great.
Okay, we're going to go back to the item F from the consent calendar. For possible action, discussion to approve revisions to the Douglas County Policy 300.20, budget augmentation and transfer effective July 1, 2021, with fiscal year 21-22. This would be Ms. Willoughby. Commissioner.
Mr. Chair, being the commissioner who asked for this item to be pulled for review in the administrative calendar, I felt in talking with our county manager that this information was extremely important, not only for us to hear, but for the public to hear as well. And so that's why I asked for this item to be pulled so that we could get an explanation and an understanding of this on behalf of the public. So Ms. Willoughby, I appreciate your attendance and being able to share that information with us. Thank you.
Thank you. Terry Willoughby for the record. This policy is being brought forward. It was originally brought forward in 2018, but not really completed at that time. The goal of this policy is to move more items into the annual budget process and minimize the amount of special adjustments that we're doing mid-year. So it's providing a more transparent process for the public and for the commissioners. We have a process called mid-year budget augments, and that this policy streamlines and limits the amounts of things that can be done with those augments from adjusted opening fund balance during the middle of the year. And departments and county departments would just merely bring those amounts into their annual budget process and as part of their beginning balance. So rather than seeing new capital projects midway through the year, you'll be able to see a complete picture of a capital improvement project during that process, during the annual budget. I'd be happy to answer any questions that there are.
Any questions from the commissioners? Okay, because this was not included with the initial vote, we'll have to probably vote on each of these individually. So in regard to this item F, would anybody care to make a motion?
I would ask before we have a motion if Mr. Commissioner Gardner is satisfied with the explanation given.
Thank you, Mr. Commissioner Noasad. Yes, once again, I felt like this was something that needed to be articulated to the public. So that's why I asked for this item to be pulled, so they had a better understanding of the process. And so I'm quite satisfied with CFO Terry Willoughby's explanation and presentation to the public. And so therefore, at this time, I would move for the approval of the revisions to the Douglas County Policy 300.20 budget augmentations and transfer effective July 1, 2021 with fiscal year 2021-22.
I'll second that.
All right, we have a motion to carry and a second. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Any nays? The motion carries 5-0. Now we'll go on to item I. For possible action, discussion to approve contract amendment 01 to a contract with Reno Tahoe Construction Incorporated for the Gardner Residence Water Main Replacement Project and authorize the county manager to execute the contract amendment. The proposed amendment increases the contract amount by $19,645.66 from the original contract amount of $49,750 for the final contract amount of $69,395.66 for additional work performed during the construction. Would Rick Robillard care to say anything?
Commissioners, Rick Robillard, Senior Civil Engineer, Douglas County Public Works. I'd be more than happy to answer additional information. This project replaced 100 linear foot of leaking water main. The actual address is 131 US Highway 50. The water main was located in NDOT right away in front of the Gardner residence. Hence the name Gardner Residence Water Main Replacement Project. This water main was leaking, causing leakage down into the residence. Public Works solicited bids, 3 quotes, placed the water main during the course of the project, uncovered additional pipe that needed to be replaced, creating additional contract change order. And so this comes in front of you for the contract amendment amount stated in the item.
Can I ask one question? The change orders, were they put out to bid also?
No, change orders were not put out to bid.
Because you're using the same contractor.
Correct.
And I assume you feel these are reasonable costs. I mean, it's hard for us to make a judgment here. We're not on the ground.
Yeah, contract change order, or the change order itself, is on a time and materials basis that was reviewed, and an inspector reviews those to make sure that time and materials are accurately covered within the contract change or the change order request. So.
Mr. Robillard?
Yes.
Question. When would you commence work on this, and what is the time frame to completion?
This project is complete. So this work has been performed and the project is complete. So that water main is replaced.
I'm confused. So the change order's been done already before it's been approved?
Correct. So during the course of the work, we were working within NDOT right away. We decided to proceed. The water main was shut down, which takes customers out of service. So we proceeded to replace that section of pipe, get the water main back in service. So.
Well, then I guess there's nothing the county commission can do. You have to pay the bills, right?
Correct. I mean, we are authorized up to 10%. This exceeded the 10%, so I need to bring it in front of you guys for authorization to make payment to the contract amendment.
Mr. Chairman.
Commissioner Gardner, go ahead.
Yes, Mr. Robillard, I appreciate your presentation. It almost seems like I agree with Commissioner Tarkanian in this regard, but I'm also, I have to take heed to the comments of Mr. Slade during his public comment period that this lacked the proper notice for an agendized item. And since, as you say, this work is already being completed, I see no reason that we can't delay action on this item until it's properly noticed and be brought forward back to the board for approval on January, at our regular scheduled meeting on January 21st. I would like to respect the open meeting law requirements in regards to public notice on these items to be more specific in our calendars. So I don't see any problem in delaying action on this item until January 21st. So I'll wait to listen to other comments from my fellow commissioners, but that's my inclination at this time, is to move to have this tabled until January 21st. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman?
Yes, Mr. Mills.
The question I have is, I heard an amount of 10% over the original contract. That doesn't seem to fit the numbers here. Secondly, I would like to find out, was there a sense of urgency to get these things done immediately without coming to the board to ask for the additional funding?
For the record, Rick Robillard, Senior Civil Engineer, Public Works. So the county manager is authorized. Usually within the contract, it's authorized the county manager and our Public Works Director is authorized to sign amendments up to 10% of the original contract amount. Since this exceeded the contract amount, this is why we now have to bring it in front of you commissioners for approval. Yeah, water main service being shut down, customers out of water service. We don't have the ability to bring this forward to you guys for approval when we have a shut down water main that was unknown, that the leak was greater than initially anticipated. So to be able to stop work, get approval for the additional cost, I'm not sure if that's really feasible with having customers out of water.
Mr. Cates, this is Walt Noasad for the record. Would you care to expound on that? Because you've gone well past the 10%. Couldn't we have formed an emergency meeting like immediately to take this into consideration?
For the record, Patrick Cates. So there is statutes that allow emergency contracting for the protection of property and life safety. I think having the water main shut down is certainly justification for that. The work was ongoing and it was in the right of way. And for us to have a meeting, we would have had to provide 3 days notice. So that didn't seem very practical. So we did this under emergency provisions. I also believe that the agenda item is complete, notwithstanding Mr. Slade's comments. The contract was included. Anyway, that's my opinion. I think the board could take action today if they chose to. I don't know if the district attorney's office has any comments in that regard. And I see.
Thank you, Mr. Cates. Appreciate your explanation.
Mr. Chair, I see Phil Richter also has a comment here.
Okay, Mr. Richter, go ahead.
Yeah, Phil Richter, Director of Public Works for the record. The other thing that when we talk about a sense of urgency or emergency repairs, not only was this work being done in an NDOT right away under a strict timeline within the TRPA dig notice boundaries as well. So we were up against it, TRPA, and the dig notice is there in terms of excavation in the fall term or in the winter term. But we're also, when you're dealing with water mains, you're also dealing with the state NDEP and the Bureau of Safe Drinking Water in terms of being able to maintain pressure and service to customers. So to be able to have to throttle this down and shut down would have actually put us into a situation of doing boil water notices, most likely a boil water notice condition at the lake, which creates another myriad of issues and problems and would have cost the utilities even more. And these are enterprise funds through the utility that we've budgeted for these kinds of events. So just wanted to put that on record as well.
Mr. Chairman, can I make a comment?
Yes, Commissioner Tarkanian, go ahead.
Well, first, I really appreciate the questions by Mr. Gardner and Mr. Noasad, because one of our main most important responsibility as a commissioner is to make sure that our money, the taxpayer money is being spent frugally and under the most strict oversight. But after listening to the comments made today, I don't see how there could have been a delay in this without having some type of damage being done to the community. And I would make a motion to approve the cost.
I will be more than happy to second that motion. That motion, I would like to hear from the district attorney's office. It seems to me that there was proper notice on this, and I would like to get their opinion on this.
Chairman, if I may.
Go ahead, Mr. Ritchie.
Thank you, Chairman. Doug Ritchie with the Douglas County District Attorney's Office. As the Nevada Attorney General's Open Meeting Law manual indicates, clear and complete is a matter of interpretation. Generally, this is a water line replacement. Typically, it's not required that you identify the exact location of where a specific water break may occur. It's generally sufficient to indicate an area, a neighborhood. In this case, the most staff believes the most clear identifiers to identify the adjacent property home address. I understand a member of the public wants the specific address, but it's not. The county is not fixing a private residence, it's a water main. I believe that this title is clear and complete. However, the board is free to continue the item if they want additional clarity on this item. If you believe that the members of the public would not understand that this is an amendment to a water line replacement project. I am available to, I'm happy to answer any specific questions, but I believe this agenda item is clear and complete. However, the board has the discretion to continue this item if they believe additional information is necessary for the public.
Any other comments? It would appear that this is one of these unforeseen contingencies that just we have to deal with. And if it's a water main and supplying people with their water in their homes, there's really not much alternative. So it's just, get it done. And would anybody care to make a motion in regard to this?
I believe Mr. Tarkanian has already done so, sir.
Okay. And we have a second.
I seconded.
Mr. Barter?
No, I'd like to discuss the motion, Mr. Chair, before we take a vote.
Okay, go ahead.
While I appreciate the comments of Mr. Ritchie, and and I understand that we cannot. The work has already been done. The money is basically pretty much already been expended. However, I don't see any problem really in delaying this until it is properly noticed in accordance with, and I understand, Deputy DA Ritchie, I understand your explanation, but if there's doubt within the public, I would prefer to delay this until January 21st. I don't see that it would harm anything in doing so. The public has already been protected because the work has been done. So all we're doing is just delaying approval until the 21st. But the work has already been done. Our public safety has been mitigated. So I don't see, once again, any problem in waiting until the 21st for approval of this. In all due respect, Mr. Robillard. So, thank you.
Can I ask a question? Has the payments been made yet?
I can answer this. Rick Robillard, Senior Civil Engineer, Public Works. No, we cannot make payment until the contract amendment.
See, that's the problem I have being in the development business is it's important to make payments on time to your vendors or your subcontractors or whoever's doing the work, because you want to have a good working relationship with them so they get it when you make that request. So I think there is going to be a problem if we don't make the payment and we wait another 2 weeks.
Mr. Chairman, I would ask Mr. Robillard if what was the date of the discovery of the main break? And when was the additional repairs put in place in terms of the dates?
Rick Robillard, for the record, Rick Robillard, Senior Civil Engineer, Public Works. I don't have the exact dates. I could look them up if you want to give me a second. The leak was known back in March. The repairs through getting an NDOT encroachment permit took several months. The actual additional work was discovered in the course of replacing the main. So it wasn't known during the proposal period of the 100 feet. It actually extended to 110 feet. So the additional height that was discovered to be leaking.
You were cut out toward the end there.
So it ended up, we replaced 110 feet instead of the 100 linear feet that was proposed on within the original contract. And that was not known until we were actually digging in the ground.
So what you're saying is that you just had to put in 10 additional feet?
Correct. I couldn't just stop work and let it leak and know that we had an additional leak. So we just replaced that additional 10 feet.
Makes sense to me. Thank you very much.
Mr. Robillard, that brings up an important point by Mr. Novosad. Is this was discovered in March of 2020?
The leak was identified. Well, a resident notified us that of a potential leak within our water main in March. Correct.
When did the work commence?
In October. We could not get in there until NDOT granted us an encroachment permit.
Okay, so when did okay? So it commenced in October. When did it end?
October. Yeah, it was
in
a
October.
5-day project. Correct.
Okay, so you know, I'm troubled that it took. It ended in October, and we've had a number of meetings, October, November, and December, where this could have come forward. Why the delay in bringing this forward until now?
Rick Robillard, for the record, Senior Civil Engineer, Public Works. Contractor needed to get me the additional time and materials request, so I did not receive those for several months. So we were waiting on the contractor to submit the change request.
Okay, so that goes back to my point then, that delaying this until the 21st, since they've been waiting since October, delaying this until January 21st doesn't seem to me to be an undue burden on the contractor. To me, that's my personal feeling. So anyways, that's where I am. I think we have a motion on the floor, Mr. Chairman.
Yes, we do. We do have a motion on the floor. Now, do we want to change that motion?
I don't want to, no.
Okay. So we have a first and a second, and go for a vote. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 All those opposed say nay.
I'll vote nay.
All right. We have 4 in favor, 1 in opposition. The motion carries.
Yeah.
We're going to County Manager. Item number 2 for presentation only. Update from the County Manager and the Director of Carson City Health. Well, this comes back to the same thing with Doc Holman. So are 2 and 3 tied in together when Doc Holman's available?
So for the record, Patrick Cates, they are separate. We had to have them separate due to Jeannie Freeman's schedule and Dr. Holman's schedule. This item is a general conversation about COVID-19. The item with Dr. Holman is about the formats of the meeting. So we're ready to proceed with this item if you are, sir.
Okay, so we'll go forward on the presentation in item 2.
Right.
Okay, County Manager and the Director of Carson City Health and Human Services regarding COVID-19 pandemic and the public health response in Douglas County. and the Quad County region. Mr. Cates, you have the floor.
Thank you, sir. I'll just give a brief overview. This is more for the benefit of the new commissioners than anything else. We've given several presentations to the board, but just a little background and context for the new members. Related to COVID-19, there were declarations of emergencies declared at the federal, state, and county level back in March. When COVID came to our shores. Actually came before that, but that's when everybody recognized it was a serious public health problem. And I think pretty much every state followed suit with the feds, along with Nevada. And then our Board of County Commissioners declared a declaration of emergency for Douglas County. That is still in effect. Here we are now, 10 months later, and we're still in a state of emergency. We've been working with state emergency management and officials from the State Department of Health and Human Services on a regular basis to manage this emergency for the state and the local governments. We have regular calls with them, and everybody gives updates, and we try to problem solve our way through this so everybody's on the same page. Carson City Health and Human Services is under contract with Douglas County and serves as our public health agency. They also do that for Carson City and Lyon County as well. We've also been working with East Fork Fire District. East Fork Fire District is under contract to the county to provide emergency management services, and Chief Todd Carlini serves as our county emergency manager. Also involved in this effort is the Quad County, the Quad MAC, which is a cooperative of all 4 counties, Douglas, Carson, Lyon, and Story, for emergency management. As well, I should mention the Quad County Healthcare Coalition. I think it's really important, especially for the new board members, to recognize how unique this relationship is for us. The 4 counties cooperate together very well. I'm very pleased with the services we get from Carson City Health and Human Services. And just for context, the 2 large counties, Clark and Washoe, have their own health districts. The rural counties receive the public health services directly from the state, but the Quad counties have formed this coalition to provide those services for ourselves. And I think it's been very effective historically, and has been very critical to our response to COVID-19. So since the declaration of emergency, there have been numerous state directives regarding COVID-19, doing a wide variety of things, putting restrictions on how many people can be in businesses, mandating masks, things of that nature. Currently, the directives that are in place from the state were put in place in, I guess it was November. First, the governor had a pause, and then he's continued that. When we saw a large spike in positive cases, we've seen that statewide. We've seen it in the county as well. I think for most of this emergency, the case numbers, particularly in Douglas County, have been relatively low. I think for many, many months, we didn't have more than maybe a couple, 3 dozen active cases. We had 1 death early on. Then we had another one, I think it was during the summer. But since mid-November, we have really seen a large spike in cases. Douglas County now has over 1,000 active cases, and we've had 20 deaths. And I say most of those have come just within the last few weeks. Just for context, statewide, the last numbers I saw, there were about 238,000 cases of COVID in Nevada, and 3,300 Nevadans have died from COVID-19. That's pretty significant. That is a much higher rate of death than we would see in a flu season. So it certainly is a significant public health crisis. Also, one of the directives established the state COVID task force, and the state COVID task force basically monitors COVID in the state, and they break it down by county, and they have 3 metrics that they use to measure how counties are doing with COVID. One is the average number of tests per day per 100,000. The other is the case rate per 100,000, and test positivity, which is a 14-day average. At this point, I believe every county has been flagged for 2 or more of these metrics. I think Story County may have fallen off the list. They've been off and on through this, but we have 2 of the 3 metrics. That triggers the task force requesting self-assessments from each county. We triggered that requirement to provide a self-assessment in November. We provided that to the task force back on, I believe it was the 19th of November, if I remember correctly. Jeannie Freeman was instrumental in putting that document together. It was 90% her office's work. It was well received by the task force. Since then, because the case rates have been so high and basically all the counties are flagged, they have been suspending any requests for us to update those assessments. But they continue to meet, they continue to provide input. And at this point, I know the state is working on distribution of vaccines. Tier 1 folks have been receiving vaccines. I think some of the jurisdictions are turning to Tier 2. And that's just kind of a quick overview. If there are any questions on that, I'd be happy to. Otherwise, I'd like to turn it over to Jeannie Freeman.
Any commissioners have any questions? Seeing none.
I just indicated I would like to listen to Ms. Freeman before I ask any questions. Thank you.
All right. Good morning, everyone. Happy to be here with you today. Gates and Commissioner Ingalls for inviting me to be part of your meeting today. To make a correction for the record, I'm Jeannie Freeman. I'm the Quad County Public Health Preparedness Manager and Quad County COVID Response Coordinator. I am not the Director of Carson City Health and Human Services. That is Nikki Aker. So I just want to make sure that that's clear for the record. Typically what I do, because I do make reports to Lyon County's commissioners, as well as the supervisors in Carson and to you all, I want to provide you a little bit of information about what COVID has looked like the last 2 weeks in the Quad County region, and then give you the perspective of where Douglas County is. And then I'm going to give you an update about the testing that we've been doing in the area. And then I will definitely tell you about what's going on with the vaccine, because I do think that that's probably the most interesting piece of what you're probably wanting to hear and what the public wants to hear. So I'm going to keep you in anticipation for just a few minutes longer when it comes to that information. From the dates of December 20th of 2020 to January 2nd of 2021, the Quad County region saw 1,177 new COVID-19 cases. That was actually a 47% decrease from the previous 2-week period. And the reason we look at 2-week periods is because we follow the same reporting that we give to the federal government, the Centers for Disease Control and Prevention, for the morbidity and mortality weekly report. So we use the same 2-week cycle when we do that, because this is the data that gets sent up to the federal government. On average, during that 2-week period, 84 new cases in the Quad counties were seen each day. And we anticipate that that case decrease was due in part to partly the holidays. And we are watching what's going to be happening in the next few weeks, as everybody is across the country. During that same 2-week period in the Quad counties, there were 20 deaths that were reported. One thing for you to be aware of is that when it comes to deaths being reported, we as Carson City Health and Human Services, we report them, but we cannot report them until after we receive the death documentation from those who are legally allowed to sign a death notification. So we either get it from the coroner, or we get it from a medical examiner, or it has to be signed off by a physician before it can be reported. So we do not report. So there may be a couple of a days delay between the person passing away and then the reporting of that death. In the Quad County area during that 2-week period, there were outbreaks in 4 long-term care facilities, resulting in a number of hospitalizations and deaths. We also reported 140 prison-related cases in the Quad County area during that time, which accounted for 12% of all the cases during that 2-week period. The most common exposures in the region were actually community exposures, family-related, and then in work. So when I look at Douglas County for that 2-week period of December 20th through January 2nd, there were 299 confirmed cases reported in Douglas County during that 2-week period, which is approximately 25% of all the Quad County cases. That is a 37% decrease from the previous 2 weeks for Douglas County. And the daily average number of cases during, for the 7-day running average during that 2 weeks was 21. The average age for Douglas County cases during that 2-week period was 51 years old. When we ask people where they probably had their exposure, where they think they believe that they had their exposure, 19% reported their exposure being community related, which would be out shopping, not family gatherings, but shopping, large gatherings, holiday parties, those types of things. 17% contracted it from others within their family due to contact with their family members. And 11% were actually tied to different facilities, facilities being prisons or long-term care facilities. So that's a little bit of the data for the Quad County region and for Douglas County. As far as testing, Carson City Health and Human Services, we have been working with the East Fork Fire Protection District, their emergency management aspect, for many months, ever since back in March, to do community-based testing. We are not the only entity in your county that is doing testing. You have healthcare providers that will order tests through private labs. You will have the hospital that does testing. There's a variety of different avenues that are doing the testing. We come in to do the large community-based events for your county, in part so that we can help make sure that there is adequate testing that is being achieved within the county to help make sure that we meet one of those metrics that is identified by the COVID task force out of the governor's office. And that testing then also impacts that positivity rate. We have had a lot of people who have questioned why we are still testing, the need to test. If we were to stop testing, there would not be adequate testing in Douglas County, and that would be another flag on one of the criteria that would show enhanced transmission. The other piece is when we do the community-based testing within Douglas County, we are testing both those who are symptomatic and those who are asymptomatic. So people who may simply be interested. And those numbers become very important because if I only test those who have symptoms of COVID, I would anticipate that most of them are going to come back positive. And so that increases my positivity rate. If I test those who have symptoms and those who are interested, but they're not sure if they do, but they just want to know whether or not they have it, then my denominator in that equation becomes bigger and my positivity rate will change because I will have some negatives that are going to show up because people got tested. They weren't quite sure. Maybe they were exposed to somebody or because it's community spread right now, they may not have known if they were exposed as they were out shopping for the holidays and those kinds of things. And they just want to know whether or not they're COVID positive. So by doing those community-based testing events, we actually help to make that positivity rate more accurate because we're having both those who are symptomatic and asymptomatic, and therefore those who are positive and negative being tested at the same time. So the testing, we come in and we travel around. The Quad County Public Health Preparedness Program is a roadshow per se for the Quad County region. So we travel all over the 4 counties and we are in Douglas County at least once every 2 weeks for those mass testing events. We were just there earlier this week where they did 228 tests. That is actually probably the lowest number that we have had tested in Douglas County in a very long time. Douglas County's testing has ranged from about that number of 230 all the way up to almost 500 tests in a single event. We partner with the National Guard and Team Rubicon, as well as volunteers from East Fork Fire Protection District and the Community Emergency Response Team out of Douglas County to make those testing events happen. So it's quite a collaborative effort. It's not just Carson City's doing. So we're very appreciative of all of that help from those agencies. Douglas County's positivity rate continues to exceed 20%. on the state's report. They put out a report each week about where the positivity rate is. And because we are exceeding the state's threshold of 8%, we continue to be flagged as a county with increased disease transmission. The World Health Organization recommends that a positivity rate of 5% be set. The Centers for Disease Control and Prevention says that a community should have less than 10% positivity rate, and the governor's office has the rate set at 8%, between the two of those, as an indication of whether or not there is good control over that community spread. Outside of the state flagging Douglas County as a county of increased disease transmission, the White House report that was put out on January 3rd of this year also has flagged the entire state of Nevada and has specifically identified Douglas County as a county of increased disease transmission risk, and to take additional measures to try to control COVID-19 spread. So with that, with all of those different reports identifying Douglas County with increased disease transmission, we continue to recommend to not have large gatherings, to make sure you're wearing face coverings, to socially distance, and to practice good disease hygiene when it comes to our protection factor for our community and ourselves. Are there questions on any of that before I move into the vaccine?
I had one question. Is it okay, Mr. Chairman?
Yes, go ahead.
I keep hearing how the positivity rate is the best indicator of the spread of the disease. But it seems to me that the more people that get tested that may not be sick, as you mentioned earlier, that if only the people that were showing symptoms took it, it would be a lot higher. It seems to me the more people that took it that aren't sick, you'd have a lower positivity rate, and it doesn't have any correlation to do with how the spread of the disease is. It just has a spread. It only indicates the type of community that you're in, whether more people want to run in and get tested or not. Am I missing something?
So great question. I appreciate the question. So when we look at the positivity rate, it is an indicator. It is also why it is not the sole indicator that any state uses. Many states use positivity rate as one of their indicators. The governor's office uses it one out of the 3 indicators that they're using in order to make their decision. So standalone, it's never a wise decision in any aspect when you're looking at data to look at a single data point as that sole metric that you're going to be using to have that in place. Your positivity rate, it is a small glimpse. If you think about a puzzle that you're putting together, you know, you see the picture on the box, but you don't have the box, you just have all those thousands of pieces that you're trying to put together. And until you get them together, it doesn't create that overall picture. So one of the things that we have to look at is other metrics. We look at hospital, the way that the hospitals are stressed. And according to the Nevada Hospital Association, in the Quad County area, 24% of our hospital beds, our staffed hospital beds, are actually occupied by COVID positive patients right now. And so when we look at that, that becomes a challenge, because then we also start looking at, are there the needs for ventilators, and what does that stress look like? So that's another metric that's outside of there. Positivity is just one piece that can be looked at. Now, going to your question is, does it actually give an indication of what's going on in the community? It can, if we're not just testing those who are symptomatic. So if we are looking at doing the testing that we have, where we are asking the public, because people don't know that they're positive, because they can be asymptomatic for 48 hours before they actually test positive. But the other thing is a lot of times the symptoms don't actually show like anything beyond a cold or the allergies. I have plenty of family members who have contracted COVID, and I have been lucky not to get it, but their symptoms were rather mild. But other people have experienced very significant symptoms and have ended up in the hospital. And unfortunately, we have lost several Douglas residents to complications associated with COVID.
Okay, thank you.
Commissioner Gardner?
Yes, Ms. Freeman, thank you for your presentation, and Commissioner Tarkanian, I thought that was a very appropriate question, and I appreciate that. I don't want anything that I'm going to say to be taken out of context. And I don't want to have it indicate that I'm minimalizing the virus at all. As a matter of fact, I've had family members, my son, grandchildren, my grandson have all tested positive, and fortunately have gotten over it and are back to full operation. I've had a lot of close friends that have also tested positive. So I know that the virus is real. And so I don't want, once again, my comments to be taken out of context. Couple of quick, and as a matter of fact, I'm kind of in isolation myself now. My wife had the test yesterday because she's having surgery next Tuesday, and that was required. I asked, gee, shouldn't I be tested as well? Just to make sure that she's protected and I don't have to completely isolate from her. And it was said, no, you're not experiencing any of the symptoms, so therefore you shouldn't be tested. So anyways, with all that being said, a couple of comments you made regarding confirmed cases. Now, there is speculation out there in the public that when an individual is tested positive through a test, that anybody he or she is associated with, is also deemed positive. Can you clarify that issue for us, please?
Sure. Thank you for the question.
How do you determine confirmation?
Sure. So I appreciate that. So the test is conducted, and to also be quite open, there are numerous different type of tests that are out there. So there is the test that we call a PCR test, and that is considered the gold standard or the best test that we can have out there. And those get sent off to private laboratories or to the Nevada State Health Lab to be confirmed. And that is considered the test that we use and gets recorded in the state. There are also antigen tests, which are a lot of these rapid tests that can be conducted where people might be using saliva or using some of their own stuff on like a card or something that gives them a result within 15 minutes. And those antigen tests, there are a variety of them. I think that there's over 100 of them that are on the market. Some of them have been approved by the FDA for emergency use authorization, and some of them have not. But the vast majority, and I'm going to say almost 100% of them, even the ones that the state has allowed jurisdictions to use, they recommend that a PCR be followed up. So if somebody comes back positive on one of those rapid tests and they're having the symptoms, they should have that PCR follow-up as confirmation. If they're negative on one of those rapid tests and they're having symptoms, it is recommended that they have the PCR test to have confirmation that they are in fact negative. So those antigen tests, they can give us the information where it's more of a, I know right now that I'm presumptively positive and I need to take myself back, or I'm presumptively negative. But the message still comes with that disease hygiene that if you're sick, you should be isolating yourself from other people until you have some sort of confirmation or you have improved. Now, with that in mind, Mr. Gardner, also referring to the cases, we have a variety of people who will get sick, but they won't go get tested. And so there's a number of people in our community who have had COVID. And keep in mind, there is also flu going on around right now. People get colds. We still have the other diseases that are experienced within our community. And people will get sick and they won't want to be tested. I've been tested several times. It's not the most comfortable test to have the swab put up your nose, but I was tested because of my exposure and needing to have confirmation for protection for my own family. Now, going to the final part of your question as to if somebody tests positive, does that mean that everybody that they're associated with is then presumed to be positive? And the answer to that is absolutely no. So when somebody tests positive, they will be spoken to by an investigator, or they will fill out a form with our investigative team at Carson City Health and Human Services, and they will be asked who their close contacts are. And a close contact is somebody who they had interactions with for 15 minutes or more, less than 6 feet, and within the 48 hours before the person who's positive started showing symptoms, because they were contagious for 48 hours before they started showing symptoms. So it becomes the responsibility of the person who's positive to let us know who they had that close contact with. And if they let us know, then we're going to communicate with those that were considered their close contacts and say, you've been identified as a close contact to somebody who's COVID positive, and you need to isolate and quarantine, and they'll give them the window of time as approved by the CDC based on how the CDC keeps changing their guidelines. What that means though too is that if we don't get any of that information from the person who's positive, we can't isolate those who may have been risk, and that then prevents us from trying to not have it in the community as much as what it is.
Okay, thank you. You brought up some interesting points there, and I appreciate the comment regarding whether or not an exposure is counted as, unfortunately, there's a lot of public skepticism in regards to the virus, as I'm sure you're aware of in the public sector. I don't know why that might be, other than maybe lack of transparency or perceived lack of transparency. As you mentioned earlier, there are a lot of other diseases that are going around, especially at this time of year, colds and flu and things of that nature. You've done a very good job of illustrating how many people, how many cases we've had, how many positives we've had, how many recovers we had. Let me ask you this question: How do you determine a recovery? We know how you determine a positive case, but how do you determine when somebody has recovered? Is that, once again, that it doesn't seem to be articulated to the public of how that number is derived at, or how that's being displayed to us. So
Sure.
Can you enlighten us into that regard?
Thank you again for the question, Commissioner Gardner. I really appreciate it. And I do apologize if the public feels that we have not been transparent about these matters. It certainly is not our intention. I myself am a Douglas County resident, and I want that information, and I want to be able to have that information. And when we consider what it is, let me be very transparent. This is a real disease. It is a real pandemic. I myself, as a public health professional, I would not make something up like this for the sake of, I don't want to be missing out on sporting events with my children. I don't want to be missing out on gatherings with my family members. I don't want, I missed out on being able to attend my grandmother's memorial service because of COVID. And those kinds of things, they impact everybody. Those of our staff in public health, we live in your communities. We are part of your community. You represent us as well. And so I apologize if there's been the perception of lack of transparency on that. Recoveries, and like everything else with COVID, as we learn more, the definition of a recovery changes, and the CDC changes what the definitions of a recovery are. And so the message has been since the beginning that, if you get a call, if you get a message from the health department, please answer the call, please return the message, because part of the recoveries we can't do unless we talk to somebody and ask them whether or not they've improved, whether or not, if they've been under quarantine by being identified as a positive, when we put them under that quarantine, we can't release them if they won't answer our call. And so they may be out there in a way that they're continuing to spread it, but we also can't report them as a recovery. And then we have to go through and work through processes of, well, how long can we give it before we can identify them as a recovery if they continue to not answer the call? And we have to do our due diligence and make sure that we aren't losing them in a hospital somewhere. Have they not answered the phone because they've actually been admitted to a hospital? Are they not answering the phone because unfortunately they've passed away and we need to look at, search through death records and those kinds of things? There's a lot of things we have to be careful of, because we certainly wouldn't want to report recoveries and then retract them and say, hey, wait a second, they weren't actually recoveries. These were people who died. That would not be what we want to be having. So we tread lightly with that, but the investigations team is actually working through a revised recovery process. And I will make sure that that information gets out as to how we're going to define recoveries. as they get it approved by the state and have it approved by the feds as to what that would look like, because we want to make sure that we are all doing what's consistent with what Washoe County is doing, with what Clark County is doing, with what the other rural counties in the state are doing, so that we're not reporting recoveries one way and they're reporting them another way. But right now, the best way is for people to answer the call. By all means, if the health department calls you, please answer the call so that we can make sure that you're doing better, because we don't want you to be home longer than you need to be. We know you need to get back to work. We know you want to get back to your shopping and your lives and the things that you enjoy doing, being able to go to the gym with a face covering on, to be able to do those kinds of things. We want you to do that. We want you to have that livelihood that we all want to be able to get back to. So please answer the call at this point. But right now it's dependent upon people answering the call and answering some questions for us.
Thank you, Ms. Freeman. Another question I have is regarding these other illnesses that are occurring during this time of year. We get a daily count on number of positive cases and recoveries, and unfortunately, we also occasionally incur a death, and that's unfortunate. But do we have knowledge of, especially at this time of year, previous year's history on the amount of cases of flu, for instance, we have? And once again, the public is saying that everything is being diagnosed as positive of the COVID virus. And so they're saying, and the news reports, good news this year, because everybody is wearing masks and everybody is social distancing, our flu cases are way down.
Mm-hmm.
And then they turn around and they say in the next statement, however, COVID cases are way up because nobody is social distancing and nobody is wearing a mask. So, that's the problem that, and we get a different report out of CDC almost on a daily basis. No mask, no mask, the efficacy of the mask. So do we have a number? We have a number of confirmed positive cases of COVID. Do we have a number? Are we keeping track of positive cases of the flu? And, so because the public, once again, I think this is part of the transparency or the skepticism, and it reflects back on government because, they're saying the government is keeping these numbers quiet, or, so, yeah.
Commissioner Gardner, I'm going to have to beg your indulgence, and we have a lot to continue with, and this is all going to be discussed later on when Doc Holman shows up. So, Jennifer, we really appreciate the information that's been provided, and we could spend all day talking about this. And there's no question, it's a highly contagious disease, and you've given us a lot of good information. And we'll continue this with Doc Holman when he arrives.
Commissioner Ingalls, would you mind giving me just another moment or two to be able to talk about the vaccine, the COVID-19 vaccine rollout that's happening in the Quad region and how that will impact Douglas County?
Certainly.
Okay, great, thank you. And Mr. Gardner, feel free to submit your question through Mr. Cates and he can get that, but I do have answers for you, sir, to your questions.
Thank you.
The COVID vaccine, that started rolling into the state of Nevada early in December of 2020. And the state is allocated a certain amount of vaccine, a certain percentage of the vaccines by the federal government, and then they are distributed across the state based on a variety of factors. Most of that is associated with the numbers of people who fit within the different categories that are identified within the Nevada State Playbook, the vaccine playbook that was approved by the Food and Drug Administration and the Centers for Disease Control and Prevention. So far in the Quad counties, as of through this week, so through January 10th of 2021, we have ordered all the different entities that are doing the vaccines right now, which are currently just the hospitals and Carson City Health and Human Services. We have ordered 5,355 COVID vaccines into the Quad County region. And at the end of the day on Saturday, based on appointments, we will have delivered 5,077 of those vaccines, which is 94.8% of the vaccine that has come into the Quad County will have been administered. That first phase or that first tier of administration was open to healthcare workers, hospital workers, and our first responders. And all of the long-term care facilities and skilled nursing facilities across the Quad County region were signed up with the pharmacy program. So they were either assigned to Walgreens or to CVS. And those two entities are going into those long-term care and skilled nursing facilities and vaccinating their staff and their residents. So every one of those facilities in Douglas County was assigned to one of those pharmacies, and they are collaborating and working with those pharmacy groups to have those vaccinations in place within our community. As of last weekend, Carson City Health and Human Services, we had a conversation with the state immunization program, and we were given permission to move into tier 2 vaccinations starting Monday, January 11th. We will start rolling out tier 2, which is a massive group, an absolutely massive group. And the tiers are being revised and should be reviewed and approved by the end of this week, but we were given permission to move slowly into that tier group only to vaccinate our education staff, our daycare workers, and our higher education staff. So once we're able to get through that, then we'll be able to ease through the other groups within the tier. We are partnering with a variety of different entities. We have partnered with the community health clinic down in Douglas, and they have assisted with some of those vaccination events. In fact, we were down doing vaccinations of tier 1 folks yesterday in Douglas County. And one of the things that we are also doing is we're working with the pharmacy board, with the state of Nevada pharmacy board, and they will be assisting with doing some of the vaccinations. When it comes to getting the information out to the public as to when they are eligible for the vaccine, we will be doing it through a variety of methods. We will be doing it through the local news media. We'll be doing it through the regional news media. We will be using the same outlets that the county uses to communicate with residents. I know that the county uses social media as well as Nextdoor and other avenues that way. We will be working with our senior center to get information out. That we'll be working with Meals on Wheels and the Food Closet to be able to get information out. We are exploring the opportunities to work with our faith-based organizations within the Quad County to get the information out. And then we will also be having it on our website at gethealthycarsoncity.org, where it will tell people what tier we are in and who we are in the process of vaccinating. There will also be information that will be shared by Immunize Nevada as they start telling different jurisdictions where they're at. We do not have to wait as a region to move through the tier. We don't have to wait on any other county in order for us to move through it. We just need to make sure that we are able to give justification to the state that we have done our due diligence and making sure that the word has gotten out and we have vaccinated everybody who is interested in receiving that vaccine out of that portion of the tier before we can move forward. We are looking forward to the revised tiers that should be released out of the governor's office here soon. We're hoping in the next few days. And if there are any modifications to those tiers related to the employment groups or the populations, we will make sure that we are addressing those immediately. That's all I have for you.
John, I do have one additional question from Ms. Freeman, if I may.
Commissioner Gardner.
Thank you. Ms. Freeman, you were talking about the tiers, and our county staff is required to interface with the public on a very often basis. Do you know what tier they are located in for these vaccinations? Because I would like to see them, I'd almost like to see them jump to the top of the list almost, you know, because they're some of the most vulnerable people in our county. So where do they stand?
It depends on what part of which employment sector they are within the county. So those tiers are broken up into different groups. If there are groups that are able to do their work virtually or to be isolated, then they are not going to be prioritized. If they are more, the tiers, like I said, I can't give a definitive because they're being revised. We just know that we have the education stuff that we were allowed to do. Most of those entities are likely to fall into tier 2, but we're going to wait and see. I can't, and the hard thing is unfortunately, sir, I can't give a definitive date of when those different subgroups within the tier are going to be eligible, because it's going to be based on the numbers that are in each of those subgroups and how we're able to get them vaccinated and the speed in which we're able to get them vaccinated. The back end piece of the vaccination process is incredible. The data entry requirements. We have after every vaccination, we have 24 hours that we are supposed to have to get all the data entered for those. So when we do 1,200 vaccines this weekend on Saturday, we're supposed to have that all entered by the end of the day on Sunday. They do give us a little leeway to 72 hours, but it is an astronomical lift. And it's not a quick little, radio button on a web screen. It's a lot of information. So we're very proud of the Quad County region. We are one of the few regions in the state that has met that data entry requirement. And that means that then we are still able to have allocation of vaccine that continues to come to us. Because if we don't get the data entered, they will shut us down.
Thank you, Ms. Freeman. Commissioner Chair Ingalls, I have no further questions. Thank you.
All right. Let's take a 5-minute break, and then we'll reconvene at, what time is it? I'll say we reconvene at 10:40.
Mr. Chairman, before we do that,
Yes.
I had one question for Ms. Freeman, if I could ask it.
Certainly. Yes.
Ms. Freeman, I've received numerous phone calls from seniors 75 and over who assume that they're in tier 2, wanting to know when and where they can get vaccinated. So you've given me the wheres, Walgreens and CVS. Can you nail down the whens for me just a little bit?
Sure. Commissioner Rice, so the wheres are not the CVS and the Walgreens. The CVS and Walgreens are the program for our long-term care facilities and skilled nursing facilities. The where will be a variety of different options, and the when, I don't have an answer for you yet, because until we're able to turn on a variety of different resources so that everybody has access, not just those with insurance, we need to make sure that we have that available. But I guarantee you, sir, it is going to be really soon.
So on my next phone calls, I can say,
No,
coming soon to a theater near you.
I would anticipate that you're going to see that within the next 3 weeks before the end of January.
Thank you very much.
That's as good as I can give you. I wish I could tell you the exact date, because I would be having my dad there right then. I'd be having so many people, that I know in Douglas County, but I would anticipate in the next 3 weeks, we will be able to have enough as the state and enough as the region turned on, where there will be multiple outlets that people can go to be able to get it, whether they're insured or not. And that's the other thing people need to know. This is a no-cost vaccine. You do not have to have insurance. You do not have a healthcare provider. You don't have to have any of that. That is open to everyone. So when you become eligible within the tier and you find out and you want it, you get it. And there will be no doubt about that.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Yes, Commissioner Rice, is everybody on board? We'll have, we cut back here. We'll have a 5-minute break, come back at 10:40. And then JD, you'll be up, JT Chevalier. And we'll commence with item 5. And then we'll wait we'll see how far we get. And we might take a break for lunch and watch for Doc Holman to show up. So somewhere in that period, we'll break for lunch. Is that agreeable to everybody?
Yes, sir.
Good with that.
Okay. JT, you're going to have to wait 5 minutes here. Okay. All right.
I believe item 4 is the next item on the agenda.
Yeah.
That's just me giving an overview. It'll be brief.
Right. Okay.
Promise?
Okay. 5 minutes.
Okay, so we're going to, okay, we're going to.
Absolutely, especially when you get a call from one of your neighbors.
Yeah.
And I won't tell you who that was.
It's all right. Deny everything. Well, Patrick, which one are we on now? 4 or 5?
We're on item 4, which is just a brief overview for me of what we're doing with the rest of the agenda. I'll be really quick.
Can you do it in 5 minutes like it says?
Yes.
Okay, who are we missing? Wes? I don't know what happened to Wes. Well, let's go ahead and he can catch
Sorry
up.
about that. I couldn't get it turned back on.
Oh, there you go. There you go. Thought those Chi-Coms may have gotten you. Okay, item 4 for presentation only, information overview of the various boards, committees, and commissions to which the Board of Commissioners make appointments. Mr. Cates, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'll just be very brief, give you an overview of what we're doing on the rest of the agenda items. This is for the board to appoint various candidates to a variety of boards, commissions, and committees. Those boards, commissions, and committees are all different. Some of them exist by virtue of county policy. Some are in code, and some are in Nevada revised statute. We have candidates for all of them. I believe most of those candidates are available. We have an agenda item for each one of those boards, and the candidates are available to introduce themselves or answer any questions the board may have, however the board would like to proceed, but they are available at your discretion. Some of these I think will be very easy for you to move through. We have a few where it has like 2 vacancies and we have 2 applicants, which makes the decision process pretty easy. Others, we have more candidates that you may want to deliberate on more before making a decision. And with that, I'll shut up and we can move on to the next agenda item unless there's any questions.
Any of the commissioners have any questions in regard to this? Mr. Gardner?
Chairman Ingalls, all I wanted to do is reach out to our county clerk treasurer, Amy Bergens, and thank her for the tremendous package that she put together for us that makes this easier to walk through. So a shout out to her for such a fine package. Thank you so much. Appreciate
Well
it.
taken. All right, we'll go to item 5. JT, you with us?
Yes,
Okay.
can everybody hear me okay?
Yeah, let me just read this into the record. For possible action, discussion to appoint R. Alex Alexander to the Genoa Town Advisory Board to fill one vacancy for a 2-year unexpired term to begin January 2021 in accordance with the County Code 18.02.040 and NRS 245.170. Mr. Chevalier, you have the floor.
All right, thank you, Chairman Engels, JT Chevalier, Town Manager, Town of Genoa. For the record, first and foremost, on behalf of the Town of Genoa, I'd like to welcome the new commissioners, Commissioner Noestad, Commissioner Gardner, and Commissioner Tarkanian. On behalf of Genoa, we're really looking forward to working with you, and welcome to the position. So I'll just do a quick recap of why we're requesting the appointment today, and then I also have the potential appointee, R. Alex Anderson, here as well, and he can answer any questions that you would like to direct towards him. So during the last election, in the November of 2020, we had 4 terms that were expiring for the Genoa Town Advisory Board. 3 of those incumbents ran for election and were elected to the position. 1 incumbent chose not to run for the election and requested appointment if no other qualified applicants were interested. As a result of the vacancy, the Town of Genoa opened up applications for the appointment process, in which we received 2. The first one was the incumbent member Ekman, and the second was from R. Alex Anderson. After holding the December Genoa Town Advisory Board meeting, the board members discussed the 2 applicants, and after member Ekman was notified that there was an additional submittal by R. Alex Anderson, she felt that he was a very qualified applicant and moved forward with rescinding her application for appointment, leaving 1 applicant, and that is R. Alex Anderson. After discussion by the board voted unanimously, as well as member Ekman voted unanimously, to approve the recommendation for appointment for R. Alex Anderson. In the supplemental materials, you will see the official request from the Genoa Town Advisory Board for the appointment of R. Alex Anderson, as well as his application, board minutes, and the rescinding of Pat Ekman or member Ekman's appointment application. So with that, I will turn it back over to the Board of County Commissioners for any questions that you may have for myself or Alex, who is joining us today.
Do any of the commissioners have any questions?
For me.
This is a little off the subject. How's your town hall kitchen project going?
I will say that we're having a fantastic start to the project. We have the crews on site. We're utilizing core construction, and actually just had an on-site meeting, and moving forward as planned and on budget, and looking forward to really opening our doors back up to hopefully a few more allowances in the county, and getting some folks back in there, and creating some more memories.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Alexander, are you all ready to go forward with this?
Yes, I am, sir.
Well, this is an action item. So would anybody care to make a motion?
Mr. Chairman, I move that we appoint R. Alex Alexander to the Genoa Town Advisory Board for a 2-year unexpired term to begin January 2021.
I second it.
We have a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
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 Any opposed? Well, the motion is carried in its plurality. So Mr. Alexander, you're now up to bat.
Thank you very much, sir.
All right, thank you. JT, thanks for your help. Talk to you later.
Thank you all for your time. Happy New Year.
Now we'll go on to item 6. This is also for possible action. Discussion on 2 appointments to the Genoa Historic District Committee for a 2-year term from January 2021 through December 2022 in accordance with the County Code 2.28. Genoa Historic District Commission. Patrick Cates, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So we have 2 vacancies for the Historic District Committee, and we have 2 applicants. So that makes the choice pretty straightforward. We have Gregory Brown and Judith Byerly. Hopefully I pronounced that correctly. And that's it.
Excuse me, Mr. Chairman, do we know if both of them are on the Zoom meeting today?
Well, I see that Ms. Byerly just came online, and Mr. Brown has been on the Historic Society. So Ms. Byerly, if you have anything to say, you click that unmute button on your microphone there.
Unmute. Am I on?
Okay.
Okay. Hi, everybody. What would you like to know? Okay. I've been in Genoa since 1960, and I've worked on several historic projects, and I just feel it's my turn to do something for the town.
Well, one of the marvelous things about Genoa is that you folks really have an interest in your community and the history there. And it's a cute town. You're proud of it, and you want to keep it that way. So this is an action item. If there's no further discussion, Commissioner Gardner.
Question for Judith. Is this would be your first time on this historic board?
It'll be my first time on this historic board. I worked with historic preservation and archaeology in Carson City, and I did a lot of things on the historic district. And when I was in real estate and in building, I did a lot of restoration projects. But it's just my turn to do something in Genoa.
So with that being said, Mr. Chairman, I would move to appoint Greg Brown and Judith Byerly, whatever. I'm not sure the pronunciation, Byerly, okay, to the Genoa Town Historic District.
Second.
We have a motion and a second in favor. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Any nays? The motion carries 5-0. Thank you. Thank you very much, Ms. Byerly. Keep an eye on everything over there. Keep an eye on JT. Thank you. Anybody know where Doc Holman is? Okay, we'll go to
I think he's not available, if I'm mistaken. I think he's not available until 11:45. Is that correct, Mr. Cates? So
I want to know if anybody had seen him. We'll go to item 7 for possible action discussion on 2 appointments to the Water Conservancy Advisory Committee for 2-year terms, January 2021 through December 2022, in adherence with the County Code 2.56. Mr. Cates, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Much like the last agenda item, we have 2 vacancies and 2 applicants. Frank Godeke, who I believe is online, and David Hussman, who is not online. And if I remember correctly, I think they're both existing members to this committee.
Is there any discussion by any of the commissioners?
Mr. Chairman, since we have 2 appointments and 2 people that have applied, I would like to make the motion that Frank Gogachi and David Hussman be appointed to the Water Conveyance Advisory Committee for a 2-year period from January 2021 through December 2022.
Second that.
Okay, we have a first and a second. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Any opposed? The motion carries 5-0. Are either of the applicants here? Do they want to say anything? I don't see them. Okay. We'll move on to item 8 for possible action. Discussion on 2 appointments to the Douglas County Advisory Board to manage wildlife for a 3-year term in accordance with NRS 501.260. One representative is appointed from Tahoe Township and one is a member at large. Mr. Cates, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This one's a little more complicated. As you pointed out, there are 2 different positions that are open. One is Tahoe Township representative and the other is member at large. That requirement comes from county code. The Wildlife Advisory Boards provide input to the Nevada Department of Wildlife Board of Wildlife Commissioners. We have as applicants for the Tahoe Township, Stacy Baker, Camille Bentley, and Bob Cook. And for the at-large applicants, we have Joseph Bowles, Ethan Gray, and Michael Porter. And I'm just trying to see. I know Mr. Foles was out of state. He sent an email to the commissioners to that effect. Stacy Baker, Bob Cook, and Michael Porter are available. Ethan and Camille are not on this call.
Would the candidates who are available care to say anything? Who we got there?
Mr. Chairman, I think I have to disclose that I know 2 of the candidates personally.
How well do you know them?
Well, Stacy Baker was our veterinarian before she retired and blessed us with the animal that is now destroying my house. But no, never mind. And Bob Cook, I have known for several years.
She'll let you know.
And his wife was the court clerk up here at the lake. And Bob Cook and I serve on one board together. And however, knowing those 2 has nothing to do with my decision.
Mr. Cook, you want to deny that? Mr. Cook, do you have anything you'd like to say?
Okay. Good morning. Can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
Okay, very good. Thank you for the opportunity. I know that it's unprecedented to sit on 2 boards. I have been on this board since 2004. I've also been on the Senior Advisory Council since 2004. I appreciate the exceptions that have been made for me to serve Douglas County in this capacity. I think it's very important for Lake Tahoe to have representation. We have made several achievements as a wildlife board because of my residence in Lake Tahoe and my affiliation with the Lake Tahoe Federal Advisory Committee and several others. And I think that brings a lot to the board, has really protected Lake Tahoe and Douglas County. And the fact that out of all of the county advisory boards in the state, I'm the only one that represents Lake Tahoe. And whoever gets appointed to this board will be the only one representing Lake Tahoe. So it's nice to have Douglas County represent Lake Tahoe, all 3 counties in the state. And I appreciate your consideration. I don't want to take up much of time, but thank you for your consideration.
Mr. Chairman?
Yes, go ahead.
I just want to make a comment about serving on two boards. County policy states that people can only serve on one board. However, that is a policy. It's not in code. The board has discretion to set aside policy if they choose to. And Mr. Cook has been serving on both boards, as he indicated, since 2004. So the board has been granting that exception to him for close to a decade and a half. So just wanted to point that out for your information.
Thank you, Mr. Cates. Do any of the commissioners have any comments? Commissioner Gardner?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. I just want to clarify a couple of things. Number one, Mr. Cates, the position for the Tahoe Township, you say that's codified? Is that correct?
Yes, I believe that was in county code. I'm wondering if Mr. Ritchie might be able to confirm or correct me if I heard that, but that was my understanding.
I know we looked at this earlier.
Right.
I believe that's correct. We could look on item 4. There's a
okay, so all I wanted to say was that, in the interest of full disclosure, as Mr. Commissioner Rice has indicated, I know several of the applicants for this. I serve on the senior, well, I did serve. I think my term will end as of today because we'll announce my replacement on Senior Services and Public Transportation Advisory Board. But I've served the last 2 years with Bob Cook as our chairman of the Senior Services Committee. And I appreciate what he brings to that board and what he brings to this board as well. I should disclose also that I serve on the Douglas County Republican Central Committee with Michael Porter, and I know him to be an avid huntsman as well. And then I also know Joe Fowles as well, and know he's an avid hunter as well. So we have some real excellent choices here. I just wanted to make sure that the code specifies. I struggle with making appointments based on geographics and where people live. I don't see anywhere else in our county where we specify seats for the East Valley or the Gardenville Ranchos or TRE or, so that's what I will base my decisions based on, not on geographics, but rather on qualifications. And that's not to say that I'm discounting what Bob Cook brings just because he lives at Lake Tahoe. So Bob, I hope you don't take offense to that at all. But but if it's in county code, then it doesn't really give us any leverage whatsoever there, really. So.
Any other comments? Mr. Porter,
Mr. Chairman, are we going to do this in two motions, one for the lake and then one for the community at large?
Mr. Ritchie? One for the lake and one for the community at large, or can we combine it all at one time?
Thank you, Chairman. Doug Ritchie with the Douglas County District Attorney's Office. I cannot seem to locate the county code reference. As far as the motion itself, a motion could be combined for two individuals. And if someone wanted to identify which individual was for each position, they could. Or to Mr. Gardner's point, he could just nominate two people.
Okay, backing up here a minute. Mr. Porter, would you care to say anything?
Sure, I could say something here. Am I on?
You have the floor. Yeah, we can hear you.
Basically, I'm an average citizen, but an outdoorsman. I have no prior experience with any of these commissions, but I just make myself available for you to make a decision amongst the applicants who you would prefer to be on the board.
Well, we all appreciate you stepping up and taking an active position in regard to these matters with the county. Would anybody care to make a motion, either as individuals or separately?
Mr. Chairman, I would like to make a motion that we reappoint Bob Cook to the board as a representative from Lake Tahoe.
Is there a
I'll
second?
second that.
Okay.
I'll second that.
We have a motion to reappoint Bob Cook to the board and a second. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Mr. Cook, I get a lot of your bears down here at the ranch during the growing season.
Don't feed them.
I'll be calling you.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you for your consideration. Thank you very much.
Okay, we have one more. We have two applicants, Mr. Fowler and Mr. Porter. Anybody care to bring forth a motion?
Mr. Chairman.
Three.
Fowler,
Three?
Gray, and Porter.
Okay. Commissioner Gardner?
Yes, I'll bring forward a motion. I have a very difficult choice here, but I do know that Joe Fowles did apply for this position 2 years ago, and because he was on a hunting trip, he was not able to attend that meeting in person and was therefore not put on this board. He's reapplied this time, and as it turns out, he also is once again on a hunting trip, and I have to appreciate that. But I did get a email, as I believe all of us got an email in that regard with his qualifications. So, Mr. Porter, Mike, I know we know each other very well, but at this time, I would like to make a motion to appoint Mr. Joe Fowles to the second position on the Wildlife Board.
Do we have a second? Seeing no second, does anybody care to make another motion?
Is Mr. Gray available? I don't know him, and
Yes.
Yeah, Mr. Gray just logged in. He's here.
all right, I'd like to hear from him.
Mr. Gray, you have the floor.
He's the only one that's a Douglas County employee. Is that correct?
Correct.
Mr. Gray, would you care to comment? You have the floor.
Sure.
Okay,
Sure. Thank you. Can everyone hear me? Sorry, I'm new to the Zoom.
we can hear you. Good.
Okay, great. Yes, yeah, I apologize for the tardiness. I had to complete some interviews this morning. I'm the town maintenance supervisor for the town of Gardnerville. We're hiring a couple positions. So I applied for this board last year. I believe it was September of 2019. Hunting and fishing and outdoor recreation is a passion of mine. It's been a passion of mine since I was young, basically since I could walk. I I'm very familiar with some of the board members. I attended a meeting last year when I was beat for the position by JT Chevalier, and he's a wonderful addition to that board as well. And my passion for hunting and conservation and for public land use has driven me to want to do more philanthropy work with that in mind. And you know, I believe that Nevada has possibly the best management of our public lands throughout the United States, throughout the entire country. So that being said, being able to contribute to the way Nevada manages their wildlife it's been a dream of mine for a long time. I'm a former member of Ducks Unlimited. I hold an MBA out of Western Governors University, which has allowed me to understand, you know, some of the financial implications and the way decisions are made. Which having that background can certainly help in an area such as wildlife conservation, where funds certainly can be limited and often are limited. So having that background and understanding how those decisions are made are something I'd like to bring to the table. I'm also in tune with the needs and wants of local outdoorsmen and anglers. I was formerly the head park ranger at Topaz Lake. So I was very tuned into the requests and the wants and needs of the fishermen of Douglas County, as well as the hunters during hunting season and camping, and very tied in with Nevada Division of Wildlife too. We worked on some projects out there. In fact, I think one of the projects that was started while I was there is still underway, and that is the breakwater for the boat ramp out at Topaz Lake. We made a lot of improvements to that park that you know, allowed me to really talk to a lot of the sportsmen of the Carson Valley about things that they like and things that they don't like, things that they want represented. So I'm passionate about this topic. You know, I hate to be cliche, but I personally think I'm more passionate about this topic than certainly anyone I know. And I'm eager to learn more about it. I'm eager to spend some time contributing to this cause. So I apologize for being out of breath. Like I said, I was in a hurry to get on the meeting. I knew it was coming up, so that this topic was coming up. But I really appreciate the board giving me a chance to speak up and talk about my qualifications and the reasons why I want to contribute to this cause. So thank you very much, and I really hope you will appoint me to this advisory board.
Thank you. These things are never easy, and I think we've eliminated one candidate. Now we're down to two. So would somebody care to make a motion for one of these two gentlemen?
Mr. Chairman, I move that we nominate Mr. Porter for this position.
Could you say again?
Sorry, I didn't hear that name.
Mr. Porter.
I will second that motion.
We have a motion to nominate Mr. Porter and a second. Let's carry a vote. All those in favor say aye.
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 Any nays? The motion carries 5-0. Mr. Porter, you're up to bat. So thank you very much. I mean, and Mr. Gray, don't lose heart. It's not a personality contest. Your interest in wildlife and everything is very commendable. So both of you, thank you very much for stepping up.
Chairman,
Yes, Mr. Cates.
I just want to make a comment for the record regarding my earlier comment that it was in code, that we have a Tahoe representative. I am not able to locate that, and I think I may have misinformed you. I thought we had run these all down, but I may have gotten it mixed up with another board. I'm not able to find that requirement. I don't know if that would change the board's decision, but I wanted to disclose that in the event it does.
Commissioner Gardner?
I appreciate your forthcoming with that information, Mr. Cates. I, once again, you know, I've served with Bob and I have no doubts that he does a good job there. So I'm not inclined to change my vote in favor of Bob Cook and would not bring forward a motion to reconsider that vote. Once again, though, I do want to iterate that I don't care for the geographical designation of individuals that we're selecting for our boards and commissions, unless it is in code or is directed by Nevada revised statutes. But with that being said, you know, I've heard in the past that, you know, I've heard Mr. Rice articulate during this conversation the last 2 years how difficult it is. And, you know, at the time when I was listening to it, it may have sounded a little bit trite, but however, now that I'm in a position to fill those shoes and make those decisions, it's not an easy decision. And we do appreciate all these folks. We are so blessed with the geographic beauty of Douglas County and the engagement of our citizens in our county. And so it's so good and gratifying to see these people come forward and apply for these positions. And it's unfortunate that we cannot put all of them on our boards and commissions. But anyway, so I too appreciate Mr. Gray coming forward and applying, and I would suggest that he not do that, not delay doing it again. One thing I did hear from the previous year, Mr. Cates, that I wanted to call attention to is when individuals are not selected for this, it seems that we may have overlooked and I know you weren't here, well, maybe you were here last year for that. Maybe it was 2 years ago. Anyways, we need to make sure that we reach out to the individuals who are not selected and thank them on behalf of the county for applying and encourage their participation, continued participation in our county. I think that's important. So with that being said, I'll shut up, Mr. Chairman.
Are there any other comments?
Mr. Chairman, just in response to Mr. Gardner's comments, I definitely appreciate that. I wasn't here 2 years ago when people didn't get letters. That was brought to our attention last year, and we did send out letters to people last year, and we'll be doing so in the future as well.
Good deal. Okay, thank you so much.
All right, it's 11:20. Doc Holman hasn't shown up yet. We'll go on ahead. Item number 9, for possible action. Discussion on the appointment of 3 community at-large appointments to the Senior Services Public Transit Advisory Council for a 2-year term from January 2021 to December 2022, in adherence with the Advisory Council bylaws and resolution 2018-03. Mr. Cates, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So we have 3 positions to fill here, and we have 4 applicants. We have Bruce Beamer, who is a current board member, and Carol, I'm sorry, I can't remember if she was a current member or not, Charles Holt, and Doug Sonneman, who I believe is a current member as well, and all 4 of them are available.
Would Would any of the candidates care to make a comment?
I would like to make a comment. This is Ann Carroll, and I'd like to thank you for the opportunity to apply for this position on the advisory board. And on my application, when it was asked what my qualifications may be, my best answer was the fact that I am actually a senior citizen. I'm well over the senior citizen age, and I have a lot of thoughts and I believe ideas that would help for the senior citizens as well as on the transit. So again, thank you for this time and the consideration.
Ms. Carroll, thank you. You don't look over 25.
Oh, aren't you wonderful? There is one more thing I do want to say is that I do have my name in for the Park and Rec, and the only reason I did that was just in case I didn't get on one board or the other, and my preference is on the seniors.
Well, your point is well taken. And one thing I've learned about seniors is that they do have some sage experience, which is very useful. So would any of the other candidates care to make a statement?
I have a question for her.
Okay, Commissioner Rice.
I see here on your application that you're with the Topaz Volunteer Fire Department. You're not a hose dragger, are you?
No. My primary work is to put together the barbecue for our fundraising each year. And we have about 500 people, but I am not going to be dragging any hoses. In fact, they'd be dragging me.
Thank you.
That was a good one, Commissioner Rice.
Mr. Chairman, Bruce Beamer here.
Yes, sir. Go ahead. You have the floor.
Thank you. I'm currently vice chairman on the Douglas County Senior Services and Public Advisory Council. I'd like to continue on the council. Obviously, because of the pandemic, there were a lot of services cut this year and reduced for the seniors. And yes, I am a senior also, well into the senior years. The budget, I'm sure, will be impacted next time that comes up. I'd like to continue also because of just there have been a couple of retirements from the county, from a couple of the positions at the senior center. So there will probably be some new people coming in on that possibly. So just helping them come along with what's going on and how we can increase services, if possible, with seniors in this county, given that they're a third of the population. I would just like to continue with this, with the council, and just bring my, again, as was pointed out, the senior experience that we have to the council and continue working with them.
Mr. Beamer, I appreciate what you're saying, and I think we have a remarkable bunch of seniors in this county. They're out jogging, riding bikes, and doing all kinds of stuff, and very active. And what we have found is a vast accumulation of experience in different disciplines. It is just an amazing group of people. So I think you raise a good point. Thank you.
Thank you. And I'm one of those mountain bikers and hikers and runners and all of that kind of thing.
Good for you. That's good work.
Better you than me.
Yeah.
I'll take a run for you this afternoon then.
Yeah. I'll be ready for happy hour.
Hey, running makes me happy.
Yeah.
Hi, this is Doug Sonneman.
Okay, Doug, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the commission. My name's Doug Sonneman. I'm the retired county assessor from Douglas County. I've been on the board since 2016. I think I have positive contributions. I've had experience with the needs and desires of the seniors for many years, both in my employment and just in my interest, being on the ambulance and being involved in volunteer fire department as well. And I've been to the senior centers in the North County, the South County, familiar with the different areas, the different needs of our different constituents. And I think I can add a positive help to the great staff we have at the community center and provide good direction and help them in their needs. Thank you.
It's good to see you again. I haven't seen you in a while.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Okay.
I
Mr.
find
Holt?
it interesting, Mr. Sonneman is the only assessor that I've ever seen that would walk into a room and get a standing O. I think there's a message there.
Thank you.
That's true. Mr. Holt, would you care to make a comment?
Thank you, sir. This actually is my second choice to be on the senior and the transportation, although I am having 20 years experience in transportation.
I thought, I understand, I got the news and I'm.
Wait a minute. Hey, Walt,
He's muted.
he's muted now. Go ahead.
I've been interrupted before. At any rate, I wanted to state that this is my second choice for volunteer position in the county. I prefer to be on the planning board because I think that's where we have our largest need for someone who's objective. At the same time, I've had 20 years work in transportation. And so I have some qualifications there, and I have some ideas for expanding the reach of the senior programs. But I could also go to a few meetings with the council, the advisory council, and give my suggestions. And they're certainly qualified to go ahead and move on those suggestions. So I'm open for any volunteer position that you deem me most qualified for. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Commissioner Gardner.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This is really I have been serving on the Senior Services and Public Transportation Board for the last 2 years. As I've indicated earlier, I've been very much enjoyed working with Bob Cook as chairman. I've also enjoyed working with Bruce Beamer as vice chair, and have appreciated also the activities and input of Doug Sonneman, who serves on that committee as well. When I first applied for this position on the Senior Services 2 years ago, we lacked representation down in the South County area on the Senior Services, and it's where we have a satellite community center down there as well, where we serve in non-COVID times. We serve lunches to seniors 3 days a week. Monday, Wednesday, and Friday. I've worked with Ann Carroll on the volunteer firefighters. I've been to many the activities of the volunteer firefighters down there at Topaz Lake, where her and her husband are very active in that capacity of putting that event on. And I know that Ann is also, I believe, chairman. I don't know if you still are chairman of the HOA down there. Would that be a correct statement, Ann?
Yes.
So with all of that, and I also obviously know Charlie Holt. So with all of that being said, I would like to move for the reappointment of Bruce Beamer and Doug Sonneman to the Senior Services and Public Transportation Advisory Board, and also move for the appointment of Ann Carroll to fulfill my position on that board as well.
I will second that motion.
Okay, we have a first and a second. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries 5-0. Thank you very much, all of you.
Thank
And
you very much.
Ms. Carroll, keep an eye on these guys, okay?
Oh, yeah. I will.
Good.
And I will like to say that I will withdraw from the Parks and Rec.
Okay,
Okay.
thank you very much.
Thank you very much. I appreciate the opportunity.
You're welcome.
Thank you, Mr. Commissioners. I appreciate the reappointment.
Onward and upward.
Absolutely.
Thank you, commissioners.
Thank you as well.
I think you're muted, sir.
Muted, John.
It's not good for the chairman to be muted.
I don't recall doing that. It must be Chaikov's. It's 11:30. We'd like to take an hour for lunch, and by then Doc Holman should be available, or what does everybody think? Or we just keep on going?
Sir, Dr. Holman is available during 11:45 to 12:45.
So that would conflict with his availability.
Yes.
Then we can keep on going and break for lunch at 12:45 after Doc Holman. Would that be agreeable to everybody?
Yes.
Can you make it? Okay. All right, then. Anybody need to take a break? You want to take 10 minutes? Okay, we'll keep forging on ahead. Item number 10, for possible action. Discussion on 3 appointments to the 9/11 Surcharge Advisory for a 2-year term from January 2020 through December 2021 in adherence with NRS 244A.7641 through 244A.7647 and the County Code 3.50.030. One representative is appointed from each of the following groups: one from the Douglas County Sheriff's Office, one from the local exchange carrier, and one from the community at large. Mr. Cates, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So as you indicated, there are 3 different slots to appoint to, and we have 4 people, applicants. I'm on page 570 of the agenda packet where it lists all of them. I should have given you those references on the other items. For the local exchange carrier representative, we only have 1 applicant, so that makes it an easy choice. That's Stephan Buffo. For the Douglas County Sheriff's Office representative.
Mr. Case, can you give us the name?
Buffo, Stephan Buffo.
Okay.
For Douglas County Sheriff's Office representative, we have Under Sheriff Ron Elgis. And then for the at-large slot, you have 2 people to choose from, Bayan Lewis and Michael Sommers. And I believe they are all on this call.
All right. Commissioner Gardner, you have the floor.
Thank you. We don't necessarily have a choice in Stephen Buffo or Ron Elgis. So I would move at this time for the appointment of those 2 individuals to the 911 Surcharge Advisory Committee. And then we can move on forward to the discussion of the other 2 for the community at large.
I'll second that.
Second.
I'll third it.
Well, if we had a 4th and a 5th, then the vote would be done.
Mr. Chairman, point of order.
Yeah. All those in favor of the pending motion, signify by saying aye.
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 Any opposition? The vote carries 5-0. All right. Ron Algis, good to see you.
Good to see you, sir. Congratulations. Thank you very much for everything. And I wish you guys the best
How's
of
our
luck.
boy Sergeant Lentz doing?
He's doing very well. He's recovering. He's strong. He's already trying to come back to work, but Doc's keeping him at home, obviously. So he's doing well. We're blessed. We're lucky.
Good man. Okay, now we've got is it the at-large positions?
Yes.
We have two candidates. Who was it? Buffo and
Lewis Salmers.
I'm sorry?
Lewis and Salmers?
Are they available for?
Yes, I believe they're on this call.
Okay. Would either of you care to make a comment?
Yes, yes, this is Bayon Lewis. Am I on the air?
Yes, you
You
are.
There you are.
Oh.
Now you just see the top of your head.
Oh, the top of my head, okay. Is that better?
There you go.
All right. My name is Bayon Lewis. I'm requesting a second year on the 911 Surcharge Committee. I believe I'm eminently qualified for that second year. First of all, I've attended all the meetings for the last year, both the in-person and the Zoom meetings. And the reason I believe I'm eminently qualified for a second year is my background. And my background is 34 years of law enforcement, actually over 40 years of law enforcement experience. 34 years I've survived with LAPD, and then went on for 5.5 years with LA County Police. The last 5 years at LAPD, I was a deputy chief, assistant chief, and retired as the interim chief of police of LAPD. Those 5 years, I was responsible for following the civil disturbance in '92, bringing the department back up to a level of emergency preparedness and communications capability that needed to be addressed in case there was additional civil unrest. And as probably most of you know, there was no civil unrest, but in '94, there was a huge earthquake, and that effort led to successfully dealing with that earthquake. My 5.5 years as chief of county police, I brought 3 different police organizations within the county together under myself as chief, and they didn't have a communications capability. So I established a 911 system and got the funding from the Board of Supervisors. And at the end of 5.5 years, it was an outstanding organization. Moved up here in 2003, built my house, and ended up being called back to Los Angeles to the LA airports, where they asked me to basically fix the airport police, which was separate from LAPD. And it was a 3-month process. So I was in charge of airport police, fire, and emergency preparedness, and communications, emergency communications for the airport. I took that on, and instead of 3 months, they kept me for 18 months and made me the director of airport safety services, which was actually a city position, even though I was a contractor. And as such, I rebuilt the communication system for the airports and made sure that the airport police, 300 officers strong and about 300 security guards, had new communications gear, new communications equipment. Now, for 911 Surcharge Committee, my view is the committee is a sounding board. We're not a policy committee. And so when Mr. Ron Sagan, the director of the 911 Emergency Services, brings us proposals, brings us budgetary issues, our job, and I've made my job, one, to evaluate them based upon what the community needs, what's best for the community, and indeed what's best for the expenditure of those funds. Because every time we raise the 911 surcharge amount, it taxes the various telephone companies for that additional money, which ends up being money that's out of our county telephone users' pockets. And so I feel a deep responsibility to make sure that those communications issues meet our community's needs. And so far they have. And so I will leave you with that information, and thank you for the consideration.
Thank you, sir. As a sidebar, I was a reserve cop with the LAPD. I worked Hollywood Vice for 8 years. And I was the first reserve in the history of the LAPD to receive a Medal of Honor. I'm from the Bratton era.
Very good. I knew that. I had seen that, and we had some of the best reserves in the nation. And I have to tell you, being a reserve on LAPD was not an easy job, and we didn't take everybody. So thank you for that service.
Well, it was an interesting experience for a creature from corporate America. And I mean, I have a special place for these 911 folks. You know, you'd be out there working at night and you'd hear them, and they were very professional, very calm, and the same way here. Our folks are great. So thank you for your presentation.
Mr. Chair, based on your comments, are you throwing your hat into the ring for this appointment as well?
I don't think I could do that. I mean, those folks over there in the 911 center, God bless them. I mean, what they deal with, and it just takes a special person, period. Are there any other comments in regard to this?
Do we have Mr. Summers online as well?
Yes, you do.
Okay.
And good morning, I think, or is it still morning? It is. Thank you. I appreciate your consideration. I will advise you that I have an application also for the Airport Authority Advisory Committee. My background is that I practice as a
Mr. Summers?
Yes.
Mr. Summers, I don't mean to interrupt you. However, we can't see your face. We can barely see you on the screen. I don't know if you can adjust your screen a little bit better so we can actually see you. Or your position. Yeah, there you go. That's better.
All
Thank
right.
you so much.
Sure. I'm not sure everybody wants to see me, but thank you anyways. I am fairly new to the community, to Douglas County, arriving from Las Vegas. And prior to Las Vegas, I was up in Incline Village for 35 years. I had my CPA practice in Northern Nevada, primarily in gaming. Last 20 years, I spent as a financial officer for an aviation company that services all the commercial airlines around the world. My interest with the 911 Advisory Committee, obviously, as I'm sure the county commissioners are aware of, I was just elected to the East Fork Fire Protection District for District 5. And in coordination with that, I was looking to assist and be on the advisory committee for 911. My previous experience with 911 obviously was with when I was in Incline. I was a fire commissioner for 12 years up there, setting up the 911 process for the North Lake Tahoe Fire Protection District. Have been out of the communication realm for quite a few years, but again, looking forward to being able to provide service by sitting on the advisory committee.
Thank you, sir. Would any of the commissioners care to make any comments?
Did we lose Mr. Rice?
We did.
No, I'm here. I didn't think you'd want to watch me scratch.
Oh, okay.
Okay.
Well, many of the commissions and boards that I'm on, they actually ask us to turn our cameras off because it frees up more space on whatever. So I'm used to turning it on and off, and I stand up and stretch every now and again, and I don't think that you need to watch me be doing that. So if you see my microphone is on and my camera's off, I'm scratching something. So
TMI.
what can I say? Oh my.
Okay, Mr. Case, you want to just give us the parameters one more time and the candidates?
Mr. Kate, you're on mute.
Yeah,
Yeah, so this is the at-large position. So the two candidates are Bay and Lewis and Michael Solmers.
Would anybody care to make a motion?
Mr. Chairman, I would make the motion. I move that we appoint Mr. Lewis to refill his position at Community at Large, and thank Mr. Summers. I guess that's not part of the motion. Anyway, I move to we accept Mr. Lewis as the at large.
I'll second that motion.
We have a motion and a second. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 All those opposed? I'm going to say nay. I got to stick with my LAPD buddy.
That is your LAPD guy.
Oh, Summers, okay.
No.
No, Mr. Lewis.
I grew up in LA, but I'm not an LAPD.
No, it's Mr. Lewis that was your buddy.
Only my close friends are.
Okay.
I want to thank the commission for another year, and I will do you justice. Thank you.
Congratulations.
And Mr. Summers, don't go away, because I'm sure we can use you somewhere.
Well, he's already on the, he's on the East Fork.
Yeah. Oh, okay.
Yeah.
But I do have my application in for the Airport Advisory Committee, as I mentioned earlier, based on my commercial experience.
All right. Thank you all very much. It's the candidates are always extraordinarily qualified, and once again, we have an amazing bunch of folks here in our community and professional services that we can draw on. And now we move on.
Mr. Chairman?
Yes.
I apologize. I just wanted to clarify, was that a 5-0 vote or a?
It was a 4-0. Or no, it was a 5-0. Excuse me.
Thank you.
All right. Item number 11 for possible action. Discussion.
Mr. Chairman, I think it's time for our COVID.
So, Mr. Chairman, Dr. Holman has not joined us yet. Maybe I could just explain to the board, Dr. Holman has a private practice, and he's seeing patients today. So we had that narrow window with him. I'm hoping he'll join us momentarily, but he has not logged in as of yet. So we could either move on to the next item, or if you want, we could take that agenda item to discuss the meetings. I had some material I wanted to cover, and we could wait for Dr. Holman, or we could just move on to the next agenda item, whatever your pleasure.
Item 11. About 20 minutes. That should tell you what, we'll do item 11.
Okay.
That should give Doc Holman time to get on board. If not, then we'll break for lunch.
Okay.
Does that sound about right for everybody? Okay. Item number 11 for possible action. Discussion on the appointment of at least one and up to 3 members, representatives, to the Carson Water Subconservancy District by the Board of County Commissioners in adherence with Carson Water Subconservancy District Act, Chapter 621. Mr. Case, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I want to make sure I've got this one correct. So hang on, let me just check my notes from our last meeting. Okay, yes. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So based on the actions of the board on Monday, there is one member at large position for the Carson Water Subconservancy District for you to appoint. The commission appointed 2 commission members to fill 2 of the 3 slots that were available. So we have 4 candidates for this one position. And I'm on page 585 of your agenda packet that has a summary of the candidates. Holly Kimball, who I believe has withdrawn her application. That's the message I had just received from staff, as well as former Commissioner Dave Nelson, Mr. John Sheridan, and former Commissioner Stephen Thaler, who is a current member of the Subconservancy District. And I believe they are all available and on the call.
I spoke with Ms. Kimball, and she has withdrawn her name. So we're down to 3 for one position.
So I guess in full disclosure, once again, I know all 3 of the remaining, well, I knew all 4, but I certainly know all 3 of the remaining candidates for this position. So I know them equally as well, probably. So anyways, it won't affect my decision.
I think most of us are in the same boat here.
I think
Truly.
so too.
Yeah,
Truly.
Commissioner, you speak for all of us in this regard. Any commissioners have any further comment?
Are we going to hear from the candidates or?
Yes, it'll be next. Okay.
Okay.
Who's on board here? We have
Dr. Holman here.
Oh,
we have
Oh, hello, Doc.
How you doing?
oh, there he is.
Mr. Chairman, in light of the fact that Dr. Holman has joined us, I would like to postpone this, the further discussion on this appointment until after we hear from Dr. Holman, and then also possibly taking a break for lunch. I hate to delay the 3 candidates that remain in their comments, but we have been awaiting Dr. Holman, and I think we need to pay him the courtesy of hearing him now.
Okay, do we need a motion on this, or can we just go ahead and?
I think you can
We
just
hadn't
go
really-
ahead and go to the
Yeah,
other.
we haven't gotten into it, so let's go back to, it'd be like item 3 for possible act, and Doc Holman, this is for you. For possible action, update on the format for the future Board of County Commissioners meetings and discussions of in-person meetings, virtual meetings, and hybrid meeting options. Review requirements to provide safe access to public meetings for the community and the county employees in adherence with state of Nevada directions, and an update from the health professionals on how to proceed with meetings to promote the safety and health of Douglas County citizens and employees. Dr. Holman, you have the floor.
Well, first of all, I apologize for being late. Unfortunately, unlike lawyers, doctors don't necessarily have a strict schedule. So I appreciate your patience with me, and I'm glad to be here. And welcome to the new commissioners. And I'm assuming Commissioner Engels, you are the chairman. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Well, congratulations or condolences, as the case may be.
Thank you. You're right.
You're welcome. So first of all, I want to say I completely understand the desire to have in-person meetings and to have people be able to come and express their opinions. And I think that is the goal and the ideal that we should shoot for. From a public health standpoint, the situation is improving, but it is not, in my opinion, to a point where we should open up meetings and have people attend in person. We are still at about 22% over a 2-week period with 22% case positivity rate, which means that almost 1 out of 4 people tested in Douglas County are testing positive for COVID. That just tells you that there's a lot of COVID out there. We have over 1,000 active cases of COVID. Well, while that doesn't seem like very much, when we have 50,000 people in the community, there are probably at least 50% more of those who are asymptomatic and positive and may not even know they have COVID. So we are in the situation where things are trending to improve. Our hospitals are improving with the number of patients in the hospital, fewer ICU patients. And so I would hope that in the future, we can resume open meeting laws. But my advice and recommendations are to continue to do virtual meetings with Zoom and call in by members of the public. And I'm willing to take questions or comments at this point as well.
Doctor,
Yes.
Walt Norsad for the record. At what point is the percentage indicate that we can commence to do either open meetings or in a different venue, perhaps with still doing social distancing and masking? So what percentage would that be?
So there's controversy about that. If you read the CDC, they say a 10% case positivity rate is recommended. If you go to the World Health Organization, they say 5%. Our governor, with his health experts, have recommended 8%. So they kind of went right in the middle there. That for many, many months, Douglas County was well below that 8% positivity rate. It's just since about the end of October that we took a huge jump up. So based on what is recommended from our state officials, I would say at 8%, we can definitely look at having at least some socially distanced and masked type of meetings, and even consider open public meetings at that point.
One more question, if you would. The positivity count, is that because of increased infection or is that because of increased testing?
So you're going to have more cases if you test more people. That is true. Our goal is to find people with positive COVID to help prevent the spread of it. So we want to get increased testing because we want to find those people, especially those people who have very mild symptoms or who might be asymptomatic, and keep them from going to public events and keep them from interacting with other people to spread it. Because if one person is asymptomatic and they spread it to other people, those people may get a more severe illness and end up in the hospital. So that's the issue with that. Yes, we are testing more. Yes, we're getting more positive tests. That's a good thing at preventing this illness. And so that's our goal.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Thank you.
Are there any other questions? Doc Holman, I have a question.
Okay.
In the media, we're reading that there are mutations of this virus. Have you been seeing anything like that locally?
So not locally. The mutations are present in California and also in a number of other Western states. The mutations seem to to cause an increased infection rate. They're more transmissible. They do not cause a more severe illness, thankfully, but they're more easily transmissible. The current evidence indicates that the vaccines that we are administering at this point will cover that mutation strain, because of what's mutated in the virus is not what is in the vaccine. So we could cover the vaccine with that, or cover the new mutation with that vaccine. But so far, not here in Douglas. It will show up just because of our proximity to our state to the left there.
Well, I recall we were in an emergency management meeting over by East Fork in the emergency management room. And you said at that time, it's here. And you were absolutely correct, because we didn't know what was going on at that time. And it was all evolving. And this is I know you can't answer this question, but we're all curious. Is this ever going to end? So
That's a great. So here's what I will tell you with pretty good confidence. If we can get 70% of Douglas County immunized against COVID, this outbreak will be suppressed, and we can go back to doing our normal thing. The question that I think a lot of us have is this going to come back year after year? Are we going to need a new COVID vaccine every year? And the answer is we don't know, because we don't know how the virus is going to mutate. The flu has a slight mutation every year, but it affects the vaccine. The COVID virus, we don't know how the mutation is going to work. And this is a new vaccine technology. We don't know how the vaccine will respond to mutations in the virus. So our goal from a public health standpoint, 70% of the population vaccinated is herd immunity. And that's kind of what we as public health people are shooting for.
are there any other questions from the board members? Commissioner Gardner?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Dr. Holman, thank you so much for your report. I know that Commissioner Rice says that he gets a lot of outreach and public comments to him regarding VHRs. Well, I can tell you what, I'm getting more questions from the public in regards to when we can return to public meetings than I am getting from VHR. So the public is becoming restless in regards to being able to participate and go back to in-person meetings. So, I just want to state that we did successfully operate an election with over 5,000 people at our community center and mitigated for COVID there. So I know it can be done. However, the public, they can choose to participate in person or not, depending upon their feeling of vulnerability themselves. As commissioners, we also have the ability to participate remotely if we feel in jeopardy as well. Is that correct, Mr. Cates?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. With that being said, I do know that to hold our meetings does require a certain amount of staff, and they don't have that choice. They are required to, should we go back to in-person meetings, they are required to participate in person. And that's my concern. It's not a personal concern, but it's a concern of our employees and our staff who are required to be there. So I have to take that responsibility, that public responsibility, very seriously as well, while weighing the desires and the abilities or the desires of the public to participate in public as well. So we don't know when this is going to get over. And as you mentioned, then we're looking for our numbers to start decreasing, which we are seeing, and hopefully we can get over that threshold of being able to come back in person. However, I think we do need to take a look as a board of going to some sort of hybrid system of our board meetings where our public is not just limited to having 3 minutes at the beginning or 3 minutes at the end for public comment. So some sort of hybrid system where the public could also comment on each action item as it comes forward before the board. And I certainly want to listen to their comments on each item as we go forward as a commissioner, because their input is extremely important to me. We're their representatives, and we need to hear how they feel about the individual issues. So I would hope that this board could come to some decision to move in that direction until we can safely get back to in-person meetings with our staff being protected as well, their health and safety. So, thank you.
Any other comments? I hear what you're saying, Commissioner Gardner, and we had the NRA banquet and something like 300 people participating. I don't think there was any contact tracing back to that event. And then when Trump was here, I don't recall any contact tracing back from that one. And as a matter of fact, we got our money back from the state. So
I could, Commissioner Engels, I can comment on that if you'd like me to.
yes, please.
So we, with I believe it was close to 50,000 people at President Trump's rally, there was only one COVID case linked to that rally. And it wasn't even as a result of the rally, it was just somebody who tested positive in close proximity to that rally, but there were no other cases. As the other thing to understand though is because of the volume of positive cases, contact tracing has kind of gone by the wayside because we just don't have enough staff at Carson City Health and Human Services. So we don't know about the NRA dinner. We don't know about elections and could that have had an impact on our increase in November. We don't know because of the lack of contact tracing. We just don't have enough staff out there. So yes, we can do large events and get away with it if we do what we're supposed to do. Probably.
Well, I know they contact traced the virus back to the bucket of blood up in Virginia City, and they shut it down.
Right.
And I miss going up there, but I can understand it. And you're right, Doc. There's always, this risk, and Commissioner Gardner has a point because a lot of people, they used to like to get up at the podium and express their points of view and everything. So we've got to work towards something, and perhaps, like Commissioner Gardner mentioned, a hybrid sort of Zoom where people can actually get on and participate and talk about certain items that are very controversial. So it's incumbent on us to figure out a way to allow greater participation with the public in these Zoom meetings somehow, some way. And Mr. Cates, yes, go ahead. You have the floor.
Yes, sir. Thank you. I had a few comments that I wanted to cover with you and some proposals on how we could proceed. My one comment I'd like to make about the Trump rally. At the time that we said yes to the Trump campaign to come to the Minnetonka Airport, we had 17 active cases in the county. And as we talked about earlier, we have over 1,000 now. So I think we're in a little bit different circumstances than we were at that time. Just a little context and kind of why we went to Zoom meetings and what other entities are doing. We went to Zoom meetings in, it was about April of last year. At that time, I certainly didn't think we'd still be doing them 9 months later, but here we are. That was a part of a host of mitigation measures that we took at the county. We initially closed offices entirely and put a lot of staff on administrative leave while we reconfigured our operations. We were able to quickly reopen with strict protocols. We've been mandating masks in all of our facilities for both employees and the public. We erected physical barriers. Some things require appointments. And we closed a lot of in-person services for vulnerable seniors. So the Zoom meetings were part of that bigger package to try to protect the public and limit the spread of COVID. And also, you know, we're really trying to protect our employees. The enforcement mechanisms that the state has been using has been through OSHA. So they're looking at employee exposure. And interesting, with the Trump rally, although they did attempt to fine us, I think their case kind of fell apart because we didn't have any employees actually working the Trump rally. That didn't stop them from inspecting us for over a month at all of our facilities, looking for a reason to fine us. But I just bring that up because that's still out there, and that's still a major part of what we're trying to do is protect our workforce to remain compliant with OSHA. As far as the going to Zoom meetings, I mean, what we did that under was State Directive number 6. So it was one of the early directives. It suspended the open meeting law, the portions of the open meeting law that provide for a physical location for public meetings for the public to participate. So that's been suspended. It is still suspended. Other county commissions are doing similar things to what we have been doing. There's some variation, but for instance, Washoe and Carson City have been having meetings actually physically in their chambers without the public present. Others are using Zoom. Lyon County is using Zoom for their commission meetings. Some of the smaller counties, like Eureka County, they're having their commission meetings over a teleconference. I know Washoe County recently tried to reopen their meetings to the public on a limited basis and limit the number of people in the room. I would point out that Washoe County has a very large auditorium for their commission chambers. I don't think we have anything in this county as large enough, certainly nothing in Minden of that size. They did that. They've had a lot of people coming to make public comment on things that weren't necessarily on the agenda. As Mr. Gardner, pardon me, as Commissioner Gardner mentioned, people are getting restless, and I think they've had a lot of people show up to complain about these regulations, and that has created some concerns for them from a safety standpoint, not from what people are saying, but just trying to manage that. And it's my understanding that they're going to go back to not having the public present. It's a lot easier for smaller boards to, with less public participation, such as the RTC, to have the public log into Zoom directly. It gets hard to manage the more people that you had in there. So that was the main reason that we went to this format where people could leave a message on the phone. And it made it difficult to take public comment on every agenda item with that format because you have no way of knowing when somebody leaves a message which agenda item they're trying to comment on, and there's time delays. And so that was sort of the primary reason we went to only having public comment at the beginning and end of the meeting. Now, the open meeting law requires either that you have public comment at the beginning or end of a meeting or on every action item. It does not require both, but you certainly can do both. That's the discretion of the chair. What I would like to propose that we do to try to enhance public participation short of in-person meetings is to, in the future, have our meetings so that the public can log directly into Zoom. I've been working with my staff on how we can manage that. We're looking at an upgrade to the Zoom product that'll help us manage larger groups of people. We'd like to try that, and that'll allow the public to participate more fully than they're able to do so now. And if it's the chairman's desire, you could have public comment on every action item or however you'd like to proceed. And I think we can manage that. At least it's a step in the right direction. You know, I'm recommending, like Dr. Holman did, I mean, based on his advice, that we not resume in-person meetings until some of our health metrics are improved. I would like to see us get to a hybrid format where we have a physical location where members of the public can either log in online or physically via a physical location. Same with commissioners. There are some logistics challenges with that. It is going to require some more staffing. I would point out that we lost Amy to the clerk treasurer's office, and we are attempting to recruit for that currently. I think once we get that staffed up and our public health metrics improve and some of these state directives change, that we'd be prepared to have hybrid meetings or resume in-person meetings altogether.
Any other comments? Mr. Cates, I think that gives us the direction to go in, and there are certain ways that we can continue to use Zoom and get more public participation. Not all items that are on the agenda require public participation, so we can discuss this further. Dr. Holman, I'd like to ask you a question in regard to our personal defense against this. What is your recommendation for all our citizens to do in regard to helping them to prevent from contracting this?
So there's a lot of controversy about masks. I have read a lot of medical studies, and I will tell you that masks help. They are not the solution. They help reduce the transmission. It's not perfect, but it can reduce your risk of transmission by about half. So I say that wearing a mask in public is a good thing. The other thing that's important is what you got taught in kindergarten. Wash your hands, keep your hands away from your face. Those kind of things are important because you pick the virus up on your fingers and you rub your face. That's an easy way for the virus to get present. Avoiding gatherings where there's people from a lot of different households, especially if there's going to be over about 10 people there. The risk of getting COVID goes up exponentially when there's more than 10 people in a gathering, especially if it's not socially distanced and you're not wearing a mask. And the last thing I would say is that the medical research on the vaccine is excellent. 95% effectiveness is amazing for a vaccine. So the vaccine will help prevent people from getting COVID. I know that there's people who are going to choose not to receive the vaccine, and I respect that choice, and I honor that choice. But I will tell you that from a public health standpoint, the vaccine, if we get enough people in Douglas County to take the vaccine, we can start having open meeting laws safely. You can go to the restaurant and not have to wear your mask until you get your food. We can do those things that we love to do in this part of our community and enjoy that again. I will tell you that I got my first vaccine from the Moderna vaccine 2 weeks ago. I haven't turned green and I don't have a horn growing out of my head. So far, so good. My arm was pretty sore for 3 days, but I did go skiing, so it wasn't that bad, okay? So I think we have to encourage people to get the vaccine, but also understand and honor those who choose not to get it.
Well, thank you very much. That's good counsel. Commissioner Gardner?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm going to try to muddle my way through a motion here. Mr. Ritchie perhaps help me out through this process, but I would like to move that this board stay with the Zoom meeting format for our meeting on January 21st, while allowing those of our public who wish to do so to join us via Zoom as well, and allow public comment after each actionable item on the agenda. And then as we see how that plays out, we can see how we might want to go forward in another manner. So
Is that
would be my motion.
Can you tighten that up a little bit?
That's what I'm trying to do. I want to give our public an opportunity to participate via Zoom and be able to comment on each actionable item on our agenda. I have participated on these meetings twice previously as a member of the public via the Zoom. I've also participated with public comment, and I can tell you that trying to listen to public comment in Mr. Ingalls and Mr. Cates and Mr. Rice and Mr. Ritchie can appreciate this. Trying to listen to public comment that is phoned in is extremely difficult. Everybody has a different waveband. Everybody has a different voice. Everybody has a different phone. It's extremely difficult to understand what they're trying to convey. So I appreciate our need to keep our public employees safe. That's paramount to me as well. And they don't have the ability to opt out of the meetings. They're required to attend those meetings and put them on and facilitate us. So we have to weigh the rights of our citizens along with the public safety health requirements of our employees as well. And that puts us in a very difficult position. But my intent here is to see us use this format, the Zoom format, but allow our public to also be able to log in on Zoom and be able to comment on the different actionable items that come before us on an individual basis versus just having the 3 minutes at the beginning and 3 minutes at the end. So somehow I want to form that into a motion, Mr. Ritchie, that's recordable and actionable. So let me try this again. I would move that this board continue with the Zoom format, allowing the public to also log in via Zoom and allowing public comment after each actionable item for the foreseeable future.
Do I hear a second?
I think
I'll
Walt's
second.
trying to get on.
Mr. Chairman,
Yes.
the motion made has multiple separate pieces. I think we better try to be more concise in that, because first we're going to maintain Zoom, and we're going to allow for 3 minutes, and then we allow the people to come in via Zoom. That sounds like more like a code change almost.
Well, how about something in the nature of we continue with the Zoom meetings and work on allowing public comment on individual items during the meeting.
Yes, that sounds good. Puts it off. We're going to continue the Zoom, but we're going to look into the other factors that Commissioner Gardner proposed.
Okay.
Sure.
Gardner, you want
Okay.
to?
I will
Clarification.
that's a supplement. I'll amend my motion to do that, Mr. Sohn.
Clarification, please. On public comments after every meeting, you said we're going to work on allowing some of them, or are you saying this is mandatory for all of them? Because that's the difference for me.
Well, no, a lot of them are for presentation only. And there's a lot of them that don't even require the public participation. So there's just,
Well, that's the point I was going to make. If you're going to allow public comment after every one of them, and many of them you don't, there's really not a necessity for it, or a lot of things. It may be people that are just going to come in and take advantage of each opportunity and speak about different things. So I'm just trying to get a clarification of what the motion actually says before I can vote yes or no.
Commissioner Tarkanian, let me put it simply for you. It says number one, continue Zoom meetings. Number two, investigate later how we can allow for public comment on Zoom.
Thank you for the clarification.
Mr. Tarkanian, I guess my desire was to, as Commissioner Ingalls is pointing out, is we are not required to take public comment on presentation items only. Okay, our practice has been to take public comments on actionable items for possible action. And so that's what I wanted to indicate, is that in my motion, is that we would have a hybrid Zoom meeting whereby the public would be able to participate in Zoom and to allow public comment on each item that comes before us that is marked for possible action. I believe that our
I call the question.
Yes, sir. You have the floor.
We've already stipulated that it's going to be Zoom only from now on. In the future, in the near future, this board will decide how, or will determine how to include public comment via Zoom.
Chairman, if I may.
Mr. Ritchie, you have the floor.
Thank you, Chairman. Doug Ritchie with the District Attorney's Office. By both past practice as well as the board's norms and procedures, the chairman has the discretion on how to run the meeting. That would include opening periods of public comment. If the board members are willing to trust you, Chairman, to use your best efforts to allow public comment, I think it's sufficient. The discussion that's occurred is sufficient to allow you the discretion to allow public comment on 4 possible actions where technically feasible or practical.
I'll second that.
Just make a motion, Mr. Ritchie.
Thank you for your help, Mr. Ritchie.
Okay, Commissioner Gardner, you want to give a shot at doing this all over again?
Sure, as Mr. Ritchie stated.
I'll second.
Aye.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
I don't even know what I'm voting on now.
The motion carries 5-0. Voting on your hat, Mr. Noah Sad. Yeah, we can do that, and we can on the agenda sheet we can just list it on here which items are open for public comment and the amount of time allotted, and we'll see how it works. It might require more monitoring by Natalie, but and people can be screened ahead of time when they ask for the code to get in, and we can determine that. So
actually, I believe that with the Zoom format, the whoever is in charge of the meeting can lock people out if they misbehave.
Yes, that's true. So, all right. That takes care of that. Doc Holman, I appreciate your time and your counsel. It's always good to see you. So I guess we'll take a break for lunch. What time is it?
Thank you, Vernon. Thank you very much. Have a great lunch, and we'll see you later.
Okay, thanks, Doc.
Thank you.
It's 12:30. If we reconvene at 1:30, everybody in accord with that?
I'm good with it.
Okay. Commissioner Gardner?
Yep.
Okay.
I'm good.
All right. So we'll be back at 1:30.
Yep.
Bon appetit. We've got a couple of corrections. Do we want to do those now, or how do we want to handle that?
We could do them now.
For the record, item 10, it should read January 2021 and January 20 to December 2022.
Do we need to amend that, or is that clerical?
I think it's clerical.
Yes. We have the same error in item 13, but you can correct that when you read it.
All right, so we are on item 11. For possible action, discussion on the appointment of at least one and up to 3 members, representatives, to the Carson Water Subconservancy District by the Board of County Commissioners in adherence with the Carson Water Subconservancy District Act, Chapter 621. Mr. Cates, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Based on prior action of the board, there is still one vacancy available in the Carson Water Subconservancy District. We had 4 candidates. Holly Kimball has withdrawn her application. We have former Commissioner David Nelson, who is present in this meeting, and Mr. John Sheridan, who I believe is present in this meeting, and he was earlier at least, and former Commissioner Stephen Thaler, who currently serves on the board.
Would any of the applicants or candidates care to make a statement?
Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Thaler?
Thank you, sir. My name is Steve Thaler. I want to welcome you, Mr. Chairman, and also welcome Vice Chair Noah said, Mr. Gardner and Mr. Tartanian to the board. I look forward to the next couple of years of working with you. And I can't forget Mr. Rice. I know he's up there too. So again, Steve Thaler, and I'm an applicant for the Carson Water Subconservancy. You probably have before you my application as well as my resume. I'll be brief because I know it's going to be a long day, and I think most of you know me. I'm retired, 15 years law enforcement, another 16 years out at China Spring. I think you may be aware that I was appointed to the Mindentown Board in 2008. I served 6 years. And then at that point, I decided to throw my hat in for commissioner and was elected to Board of County Commissioners in 2014, where I served 4 years. I am currently the vice chair of the Carson Water Subconservancy. I've been on that board for 4 years, enjoyed every minute of it. I highly encourage people to come to meetings. We don't get a lot of people coming, but if you want to learn about water, that's the place to go. We have an excellent director, and that's Mr. Ed James. They have some great staff. We've been doing a lot of really good things up there. Most importantly for Douglas County, and I think you're all aware, it's an 11-member board, 5 of those seats are from Douglas County. So we're pretty proud of that. You know, my history goes back to when my father-in-law ran an 80-acre ranch here, and I got involved in some water issues with him, mostly with the neighbors and how they diverted their water. So I became very passionate. My backyard, I can throw a stone and hit the Carson Water. So I'm fairly familiar with the Carson Water watershed. Real quickly, some priorities, at least if I were to remain on the board. And most importantly is that USGS study. I've always said we're working on information that's years old. Most importantly, our perennial yield. That's information that was gained 10 to 15 years ago. And I think we need to relook at that because everything starts with that perennial yield. And then I'll finish with, it's about quantity of water and it's about quality of water. And I worry about both. We in Douglas County, we're fortunate to have quite a few water rights, and we need to protect those water rights, both going downstream and also which is in the ground. I got to tell you, my biggest concern is with the federal government. Every time we turn around, they tune up their quality requirements, and then that costs us money. And last, we need to be focused on the state legislature. Every 2 years, there are a ton of bills that come out that want to take away or restrict our water and water rights. And I think we have to be very cognizant of that. So keeping that in mind and keeping that short, I'll let my other colleagues, of both of which I know and very well respect, speak, and then I'm open to any questions you may or may not have. And again, thank you, and welcome to the board, everyone. Thank you very much.
We have Mr. Nelson. You want to make a
Yeah,
comment?
I'd like to begin by saying that I've always been interested in water. I was born in Washington State, spent the first 8 years of my life less than a mile from the Columbia River, which I think that is a real river, by the way. The Carson River, although small, is extremely important to the Carson Valley, and we need to protect it, as Mr. Thaler has said. When I moved from Washington, I moved to Southern California and moved to a town called Riverside. Having lived next to the Columbia River, very close to it, I spent a couple of years riding my bike around the city looking for the river. It's hard to find in that area. Maybe when they named the town, maybe the Santana River was larger, I don't know, but by the time I arrived in 1953, it was basically just a trickle, and then only during the winter months. It was dry during the summer and fall for sure. Giving up being close to a large river, I began to love the ocean and being close to that. So that brought my attention to sailing and currents and water and all those interesting issues. I spent the last 4 years on the Nevada Tahoe Conservation District. And not to make light of the Water Subconservancy, but they have a great group of engineers working up there that has been very instrumental in helping the clarity of Lake Tahoe. And I've learned a lot working with those people and the engineers up there about water flow and how to keep it clean. And I think the engineers up there could work with the Water Subconservancy, Carson River Subconservancy, and I would be an asset to making sure that those connections are made and used. And I think that that would be a great source of information and engineering and helping with the flow of the Carson River and maintaining it. Other than that, as you know, I served on the board for the last 4 years, and I actually tried to get on the Subconservancy each time there was an opening, and the board denied me those opportunities. So I hope this board will take another look at my skills as not only as a manager, but also as a person that understands data. I spent several years in the IT industry as database management. And I think that there's some help I can give in collecting data and analyzing that data and setting up information systems that may help Ed James in presenting his arguments and his programs that he's trying to put forward on the Carson River. But I appreciate the opportunity, and I thank you all for considering me. I think I can do a great job for Douglas County on this particular committee. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Is Mr. Sheridan online?
He does not look like he has rejoined us. He was online this morning, but we don't see him.
Natalie Wood, for the record, he's joining right now.
Okay. There he is.
I'm here now, Mr. Cates and Mr. Chair.
All right, you have the floor.
Good afternoon, Mr. Commissioners and Mr. County Manager and everybody listening on the meeting. My name is John Sheridan. I'm a Gardnerville Ranchos resident. I've been a resident of the Gardnerville Ranchos for 24. Oh, it seems like there's a lag. Can you guys hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you. If you're watching on YouTube, there's a lag on YouTube, but we can hear you loud and clear.
Got it, sir. Let me turn my audio down. There, let me start over. I've been in the Gardnerville Ranchos for 24 years. 2 years ago, I was elected to the Gardnerville Ranchos General Improvement District, and I've been participating in local government consistently over the past 2 years. Over the past year, I've made it a point to regularly attend the Carson Water Subconservancy District Board meetings as a resident. I hold a degree in environmental engineering. I have started my master's work in hydrogeology. We are facing some very significant challenges around water planning as we grow as a community here in the Carson Valley, and we try to retain those rural characteristics. And agriculture is a big part of our community, but also the USGS water study and the water budget that has been determined for this basin is very dependent on our agricultural community and maintaining that agricultural community. I want to participate in an advisory role to the county commissioners if it's all possible, but I also feel confident in the other two applicants who have submitted their applications. I want Mr. Chair and the other county commissioners to know that my passion is in water and I would love to sit on this board. I do want to be upfront and honest though. I have assumed the presidency for the California Water Environment Association this year, where I will remain the president for the year. I'm also assumed executive leadership role as the treasury position on the Nevada League of Cities and Municipalities. I work full-time, and I currently have decided to go back and finish my thesis so I can complete my master's over the next year at UNR. And so I want to make everybody aware, and I think you have two very great candidates for the advisory commission, and I would support them in any way, shape, or form I can. Thank you all for allowing me to speak today. Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Mr. Cates.
Do any of the commissioners have any questions or any comments?
Mr. Chair, I'd like to make one comment.
Commissioner Rice.
Mr. Thaler is the vice chair of the Carson Water Subconservancy District, and he is up to be, if we reappoint him, he will be the chair. And I think that for Douglas County, that would be a very good thing to have Mr. Thaler on that board as the chair, and especially trying to move along that survey that we so desperately need. So, I would like to nominate Steve Thaler to fill that position.
Do I hear a second? With no second, would Commissioner Gardner?
Due to a lack of a second, that leaves us only one choice, and therefore I would like to nominate Dave Nelson. It's interesting being able to sit on the opposite sides of the table, Dave. I came before you as a commissioner 2 years ago asking for an appointment to senior services, and you granted that and were one of the voting members of that. So I appreciate that. So at this time, I'd like to move for the nomination or the the acceptance of Dave Nelson to the Carson River Sub-Conservancy District.
Second.
All right, we have a motion for Dave Nelson and a second. All those in favor of Mr. Nelson, please indicate by saying aye.
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 Aye. Aye.
And all those who are not in favor and object indicate by saying nay. All right, the motion carries 5-0. Mr. Sheridan, you've got a
Thank you, gentlemen. Very much appreciate it. Mr. Sheridan, I will be reaching out to you, and Mr. Thaler, I will probably be reaching out to you also. Thank you. Thank you all.
All right, on to item 12 for possible action. Discussion on 3 appointments to the Douglas County Parks and Recreation Commission for a 2-year term from January 2021 through December 2022. In adherence to the NRS 244.3071, 2 representatives will be appointed from the Tahoe Township and 1 from the Carson Valley. Mr. Cates, you have the floor.
Mr. Cates, you're muted.
You've done enough of these Zoom meetings to get that straight. Let me try this again. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. For the board's reference, the page 602 of your agenda packet lists the candidates. For the Carson Valley candidates, we have Ann Carroll, Chris Obrid, and Brenda Robertson. And for the Tahoe Township, we have Kathy Gardner and Nanette Hansel. And I believe they are all present and on the call.
Do any of the commissioners have any questions? Commissioner Gardner?
Well, I asked this question earlier, and so I'll ask this question again in this regard, Mr. Cates or Mr. Ritchie. It says 3 vacancies, 2 for the Tahoe Township and 1 for the Carson Valley. Is that codified, or is that just a rule of thumb that we've been applying to that?
Well, it says in adherence to NRS 244.3071.
I don't know that the NRS specifies where they have to come from. So I just like clarification on that, Mr. Ritchie.
Chairman, if I may. Doug Ritchie with the District Attorney's Office. I believe that's not by county code, but by a bylaw.
Okay. And also, the other question I have is, I might have missed it, but I believe because Ann Carroll was selected for the Senior Services and Public Transportation Advisory Board, that she withdrew her nomination or candidacy for this particular board. Am I mistaken on that?
No, that's correct. Thank you for pointing that out.
Correct.
Okay.
Would any of the candidates, are you through it, Commissioner? Commissioner Gardner?
Well, I just, so we have 2, I mean, it's been practiced to select 2 for the Tahoe Township and 1 for the Carson Valley. Anyways, and Kathy Gardner, I know, serves currently. Nanette Hansel serves currently, and Brenda Robertson serves currently. And it actually turns out that they do serve in that Tahoe Township or in the Carson Valley. So I would be inclined to keep those 3 people on that board. But I'd like to hear from, maybe talked out of that decision by Mr. Orvid, if we might, since he's on. I think we owe him the courtesy of listening to his comments also.
Okay, sir, you have the floor if you'd like to make a comment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and members of the board and members of the community. My name is Chris Overid. I am a 30-year resident of the Gardnerville Ranchos, and I'm applying for this position because I show an interest in that board. I'd like to see the improvement of the recreation division, and I've been a sports official at Lamprey Park for a lot of years with my father. I'm currently a Little League baseball umpire with Carson Valley Little League. And I believe I'd like to give back to my community. Thank you very much.
Well said, sir. Would anybody else care to make a comment?
Mr. Chairman, I would really like to see Brenda Robertson remain on this. She has done a marvelous job, and she is always ready, willing, and able. And I think that she needs to retain her position.
Would you care to make a motion?
I would, sir.
All right.
I would move that Kathy Gardner, Nanette Hansel, and Brenda Robertson be approved to continue for a 2-year term from January 21 to December 22.
I'll second that motion.
We have a motion and a second on the floor. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Any opposed? The motion carries 5-0. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Orvid, for your application.
Thank you for the opportunity.
I'd like to say thank you to the commissioners and welcome to the 3 new commissioners. And I appreciate your confidence in me. I'm very happy to continue in this position. I am now currently the vice chair, and it has been a really good 4 years. I've really enjoyed it. So thank you very much.
If anything happens, you're going to have answer to Commissioner Rice.
I can handle that.
She knows how to get around me.
And the 3 members that are on this call, that are on this board, I don't know if you noticed, but on Monday we made our board appointments to the various boards and commissions that we report as liaison to, and we haven't had a representative apparently to the Parks and Recreations Committee or commission that we were allowed, and therefore I volunteered on Monday to do that, and so that was accepted by this board. So I look forward to serving with the 3 of you in that capacity. Thank you.
Now that I've been approved, I won't have a comment. No, never mind.
You always have a comment.
We're looking forward to having you on our board. A commission, excuse me.
Thank you.
Thank you, everyone.
Well, I can tell who's going to run that board. All right, onward to item 13. Now there was a question about the dates on this one. I don't even see any dates.
I don't either.
The dates are in the recommended motion. The agenda title is fine as written.
Okay. For possible action, discussion on 2 appointments to the Douglas County Law Library Board. 1 appointment should be a member of the Nevada State Bar, admitted to practice before the 9th Judicial District Court, and the other appointment should be a non-attorney in adherence with NRS 380. Is that it? Is that the end of it? NRS 380?
1010.
I don't show that on here. Okay, 1010.
No, 010.
380-010. Yeah, I got cut off.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Appears we had a little typo there as well. Sorry about that. So we have 2 vacancies and we have 3 applicants. One of the vacancies needs to be filled by a member of the Nevada State Bar, as you indicated when you read the item. On page 618, we have a list of the candidates. Judith Anderson is a candidate for the non-attorney position. Peter Handing is a candidate for the Nevada State Bar member. He's the only candidate that would qualify for that position. And then Cynthia, I apologize, Moenden? Boy, I butchered that. I really apologize.
I'm sure she'll be more than happy to correct.
So Judith and Cynthia are the 2 that you need to make a decision about for the non-attorney position.
Let me make this easy for you. This is Judith Anderson. I really would rather be considered for the Airport Advisory Board, so I'm going to withdraw from the Law Library.
That made our job easy.
No, well, it didn't make our job easy, because now we have to try to figure out the pronunciation of that other lady's last name.
Sorry, can't help you there.
So, who wants to make this one?
What is the derivation of your surname?
I just want to say good afternoon to the board, and thank you for having me. I am Cynthia Mohuden, and my father is an Indian Muslim.
Wow.
Yeah.
Very interesting.
Yes.
It's always fun to look at our surnames and see where we've all come from. Good for you.
Thank you.
Apologies to mingle that.
Yeah.
Well, I've kind of anglicized it anyway. I think the correct pronunciation has more of a in it, but I just pronounce it. So that's.
Thanks for modernizing it.
I'll clear my throat too.
Modernizing it, but I've anglicized it. So I'm happy to tell you a little bit about myself if you want to hear, but if the other candidates withdrawn, I won't waste your time if you're not.
Not a waste of time. We'd like to get to know you.
Sure. Oh, sure. Hi, I recently moved here almost exactly 1 year ago. This week, practically about December 30th of 2019, I finally moved in. I've semi-retired from the practice of law up in Oregon. So I think I qualify as a public member, not a Nevada State Bar member, because I'm not a member of the Nevada State Bar. I am still a member of the Oregon State Bar. I resigned from the Washington State Bar because I wasn't utilizing it. So I'm happy to get to know my community a little better, and access to justice has always been an issue of mine. I think the law library is a point of entry for a lot of people who are looking for help and resources. As I put in my application, one of my best friends is a law librarian, so I'm very familiar with running law libraries, just of being her sort of friend and confidant over the last 20 plus years. And I'd be excited to be of service to the community.
Where was your practice?
I practiced family law in Beaverton, Oregon, which is a suburb of Portland in Washington County.
I only asked because my niece was a deputy district attorney there in Salem.
Oh, really? Which county?
I'm sorry?
Which county?
Excuse me. She was in Salem, Oregon.
Okay, Marion County. Great. Yeah, actually, my friend Martha was a law librarian there in Marion County for many years before she moved up to Portland.
Actually, Diana was my niece.
Oh, really? I don't know. I don't know that any DAs I know very few DAs. I didn't practice criminal law. I dipped my toe in that and decided it wasn't for me, so I did family law instead.
Well, thank you. It's a pleasure to meet you.
Thank you. It's a pleasure meeting all of you as well.
Cynthia, you're pretty typical of a lot of the folks that come here and having an incredible professional background. So thanks for stepping up.
I'm happy to do it. I'm excited to. I plan to be here for a long time, and I'm excited to get to know more folks.
Yeah, it's good. It's good real estate here.
Oh, it's beautiful. I love it.
Are there any further comments? Mr. Handy, would you care to make a comment?
Sure, briefly. Thank you, Mr. Chair. I met some of you before. I know some of you from prior employment. My name is Peter Handy. I'm a Deputy Attorney General right now with the Nevada Attorney General's Office. My primary clients are the Division of Environmental Protection, Board to Review Claims, also known as the Petroleum Fund Board, kind of tangentially. Occasionally, they let me do fun things like represent NDOW or a couple of the courts. So that's mostly where my practice is. Prior to working at the AG's office, I worked in Douglas County as a criminal prosecutor for 4 years. Prior to that, I worked briefly in Carson City as a private practice attorney. I served on the library board for I think 3 years now, at the pleasure of the board, of course. And I think we've done a lot of good work to help cut costs, make the library more accessible to the public, to try and improve the facilities over the last couple of years. And I really look forward to being able to help try to make the information more accessible to members of the public.
I don't recall you having a mustache and a beard when you were in court up here at the lake.
Yeah, well, I work from home now, and I don't have to appear in judges very often.
Well, you did bring up a point, and one of the things that needs to be addressed in the not too distant future is something about the JLEC facility. So, but we appreciate you stepping up, and you probably know a lot of people in the DA's office already, so, you know, to fit right in. If there are no further questions, would somebody care to bring it forward and vote?
I'm hesitant because I'm sure I will mispronounce Cynthia's last name. However, I would move to appoint Mr. Handy as the bar member and Cynthia, yes, ma'am, to the non-attorney position. To the library board for a term of office from January 2021 through December 2022.
I shared Mr. West's reluctance to try the name, but I will second the motion.
Thank you, sir.
Okay, we have a first and a second. Let's call for a vote. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Any nays? The motion carries 5-0. Thank you very much for your participation in the community, guys. And you'll bring a lot to help. Thank you very much.
Thank you. And I'm sure you'll all learn my name eventually. All the judges managed to get it eventually. It's not so bad once you get used to it.
That's funny.
Couldn't be Smith or Jones or anything like that, could it?
Of course not.
What's your middle name? Maybe we could use that.
Ingrid. My mother's German, so.
Perfect. All right, we're on to item number 14. For possible action, discussion on an appointment to the Douglas County Library Board of Trustees for a 4-year term from January 2021 through December 2024 in adherence with NRS Chapter 379. Mr. Cates, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. We have 3 applicants. Excuse me. We have 3 applicants for the Library Board of Trustees, Charles Holt, James Swan, and Elizabeth Tattersall, and I believe they are all on this call.
Would any of the applicants care to make a statement? Mr. Holt?
I was reaching over to unmute there, sir.
Oh, okay.
I'm a little slower, you know. I think in this era that we need to have people that would be middle of the road, able to see the pitfalls of both sides of what occurred in last summer, and I think that we need to have some steady thinking on the board. So I would offer you my service to be able to do that, because whenever I make a decision, I do it after thoroughly researching everything. So I offer my services for you in that capacity. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Any other comments from applicants?
I'm Elizabeth Tattersall, and I am a professor of biology and chemistry at Western Nevada College. I primarily teach here at the Douglas campus off of Buckeye Road. I'm also the priest at Coventry Cross Episcopal Church, so the commissioners who've been around a while may recognize me from giving invocations in the past. And I'm an avid reader, a lifelong user of libraries, and that's why I applied for this board, because I really care that we have a quality library that serves our entire community.
Thank you very much. Chemistry was a tough class for me.
Is Miss James on the conference call, or on the?
Susan James?
I think she was. Swan James, I believe she was here earlier, but I don't know if she's here now.
I see her name in here.
Yes, she is on the call.
Natalie Wood, for the record, I have a message from her earlier saying she had to leave. She had another appointment, but I do have her listed as she's still on the call, but I haven't been able to get in touch with her through Zoom.
Can you play it, the call?
I had an email from her and I have not been able to get a hold of her through Zoom.
It shows she's logged into Zoom, but she's not responding.
Okay, and I guess for clarification purposes, is her first name Swan, or is it James Swan or Swan James?
Miss Swan James.
Okay, okay.
Do any of the commissioners have any further questions or discussion?
I commend Mr. Holt for applying for several positions. However, in this case, I do believe that Miss Elizabeth Tattersall, I think I got that one right. We've met on 1 or 5 occasions. And I think that she's got the strong suit in this hand.
Do we have a second?
I'll go ahead and second that. That's fine.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. All those in favor signify by voting aye.
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 Any nays?
Nay.
Okay, the motion carries 4-0.
4-1.
4-1. Sorry. All right. Thank you very much for participating, everybody.
Congratulations, Mr. Tattersall. Did I get that last name right? Tattersall. Okay.
Tattersall, yes.
Okay.
How come you wound up teaching chemistry?
My main subject is biology, but we also, at WNC, we're so small that many of us teach more than one subject. And so I teach regularly chemistry and biology, and sometimes I teach nutrition also. Being a small college, you have to be
Good for you. Well, that chemistry, that was my swan, that was my Waterloo.
That's true for many people, sir.
Okay, good. I feel better now. All right. We're doing well, gentlemen. Item number 15. For possible action, discussion on 3 appointments to the Douglas County Airport Advisory Committee for 2-year terms from January 2021 through December 2022. in adherence with the County Code 2.58. One representative is appointed from the community at large, and one from the business community, and one for the airport commercial business community. Mr. Cates, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I would refer the members to page 638 of the packet for the summary list of candidates. For business or community at large, we have Judith Anderson. For community at large, we have Daniel Ainsworth and Becky Emmett. And for business community, we have Barbara Goda and Kimberly Betty Martinez. For community at large, we have Sean Meehan, John Morgan, Russell Smith. And for business community, we have Michael Somers. So you have some choices there. And I believe everyone is on the call.
All right, would the applicants care to make a statement? And we can start with you, Sean.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, for the opportunity. My name is Sean Meehan, and I believe I put quite a bit on my application. I'll just go through it briefly. Ever since I took my first airplane ride with my uncle at 7 years old, my life has revolved around aviation. Working on my professional aeronautics degree, which I obtained from Embry-Riddle Aeronautical University with a minor in aviation safety, I've tried to focus on safety during my career. Did investigations during Operation Iraqi Freedom in the war zone and things like that. And we believe it enhanced combat by saving assets, by preventing mishaps. My proudest moment was in 2000. We had a marquee event at Travis Air Force Base that as a young tech sergeant, I helped plan, lead, and market the entire event. We had 120 aircraft, 224 people, civilians showed up to interact with our military members to create a safety environment in our surrounding airspace. And it became a model at Air Force headquarters for other Air Force bases to implement. And what I was most proud about that proud event was we used zero governmental marketing dollars through an aggressive email and telephone marketing program that went viral with all the Northern California aviation organizations that showed up. I do want to say that I know Bobby Thompson fairly well. I've enjoyed speaking with her. I think Douglas County is blessed to have someone as capable and as knowledgeable as her in the worldwide aviation community in our local community. I get along with her well, but I've not been afraid the few times we've disagreed to respectfully, privately let her know that. And I'd like to help advance our airport. It is one of the two reasons I settled in this community, wanting to get back into general aviation myself and liking the people that I met in our community. And I think that the advisory board can be a good resource of comprehensive aeronautical knowledge to advise the airport management and you, our county commissioners, as we seek to implement the views of our community on how to better utilize our airport to advance our community and what I understand to be its position as a profit center, not a cost center to our county budget. So I'd like to make my experience and education in the area available. And if I can be of service, I'd be honored to help our community out. Thank you for the time.
Well said. Thank you. Mr. Morgan, make a statement.
Yes, let me get this camera straightened out here. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. My background is in Navy electronics. And then when I left the Navy after 8 years, I joined the Oakland Police Department. So I'm going to add to the group of former law enforcement officers here. I spent 10 years on the department as a beat cop, as a field training officer, as a motorcycle cop, and then finally the last 3 years as an evidence technician. I've always been interested in aviation. My dad was in the Royal Air Force for 30 years. I've served on 3 different airport advisory committees. Nut Tree in California, Minden, or correction, sorry about that, Napa Airport, Napa County Airport. And then when I moved to Nevada here in 2003, I served on the Minden-Tahoe Airport Advisory Committee for 2 terms. So that's pretty much my background. I am a pilot. Being entrepreneurial, I started Morgan Alarm Company in California in 1978 and resigned from the police department as my company that I started was making more money than me. So that and inventing some tools got me the wherewithal to buy airplanes, toys. So anyway, I'd be proud to serve on the Airport Advisory Committee again, and thank you for considering me.
I'd like you to reiterate something. You were an Oakland cop?
I survived 10 years there, Chairman. Unfortunately, some of my friends didn't do so well.
Commissioner Rice, what do you think of that?
Oakland, Pasadena, I don't know.
Well, job security was always good.
I don't envy anybody over there, and I'm so glad I'm over here.
Yeah, I'm glad I'm here too.
All right, would any of the other candidates care to say a few words?
Sure. Dan Ainsworth here.
Okay.
I can first say you've got some great candidates to pick from today. That's for sure. I'm not a pilot, but I've been around airplanes all my life. Traveled around the country, including Alaska as an Air Force family. And then I spent 40 years in the aircraft systems business in the LA South Bay. I spent a lot of time when I was in town doing community service there on the Chamber of Commerce and the YMCA board. And as some of you know, I participate in a number of things here in the Carson Valley. I've been here since '06. I'm on the Visitors Authority Board, Vice Chair of the Chamber of Commerce Public Affairs Committee. And I just like doing things for the community, including planning and running events too. So from an Airport Advisory Committee standpoint, I'd end up actually doing exactly the same thing that Sean said his purpose was. Oversee the growth of the airport, these are my words, oversee the growth of the airport, help in planning events, and just giving my good advice to you as a board. Thanks for listening.
Thank you, sir.
This is Judith Anderson. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes, I'm on my phone because I don't have a camera on my monitor. I need to make a correction. I believe that Manager Kate said I was eligible for business and/or at large. I'm just eligible for at large. I'm retired. Husband and I moved here 6 years ago from Douglas County, Kansas, and we live in the flight path, and it is a joy. I enjoy watching the planes, listening to the planes, watching the gliders. I've taken very seriously this application. I've spent quite a bit of time down at the airport watching what's coming and going. I've read a lot about it. I see a couple of issues that are going to come up in probably this next 2-year term. More than anything, I have questions about the contract with ABS, and you've got a couple more years to run with that. It's very expensive, and it looks to me like your manager handles everything. And I'm wondering if at some point you might want to relook that. I know you're in the 6th year of the second 8-year contract. The other thing I think that will come up eventually, and it's going to need some grant writing, and I'm about half smart, and that would be looking at the feasibility, the possibility of perhaps looking at a tower. So that's pretty much where I think you're going to be looking, and I'd be happy to make the trip with you.
Thank you very much.
Mr. Chair?
Yeah, Commissioner Gardner?
Well, I have an observation here. We have we have 6 people that have applied. This is obviously the most people that have applied for any of our boards. We have 6 that are up for a selection. That's not my dog.
I apologize. It's an outside dog and I just took care of it.
Okay. We have 6 people that have applied for one position here on the community at large position. That's going to be our most daunting task, in my opinion. So I would like to delay hearing from those people who have applied for the business community, and let's try to, my observation would be, let's try to whittle this down for that one selection, and then we could go on to the 2 that we have available for the business community. Would that be acceptable to the other commissioners?
Okay, we can do that. All right. So, the airport, who's the applicant for the airport commercial?
This is Barbara Goda. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Hi. I go by Susan, just so you know. You'll see Susan written somewhere over there. I actually qualify for any of the 3 areas. I'm part of the community at large. I have an extensive business background, and I worked for the commercial airlines for 20 plus years. I retired from Delta Airlines in December 1st of 2001. I opened a business, a pet resort, in the same November 8th, 2001, and I sold it. I started with 8 self-service dog washing tubs, 1,400 square feet. And when I sold it, I had 13,500 square feet and boarded over 200 dogs a night. We moved here in March of 2014, at which time, shortly after that, I became a member of the Central Committee. I would like very much to be more involved with the community, and I feel like this particular area, I have plenty of qualification. When I worked for Delta, I worked at the airport, I worked corporate, I worked marketing, and I worked on board as a flight attendant. I also have a beautiful view of the airport. I can see it, looking at it right now. I live in northern Douglas County, not too far from Mr. Noaset, I don't believe. And I love this place. I'll be here forever, and I want to be involved. Thank you.
Well said. Thank you. Any other comments?
I have a question for Ms. Goda. Which one are you say you qualify for all 3. Which one would you prefer to go for?
Either the commercial or the business. Although my business isn't local, I'm very familiar with business and would like to be more a part of the business community as well.
Thank you. I do have to notice that I have extensive background with Mr. Meehan. Sean and I have known each other for many years and have worked very closely together on some things. So I need to disclose that.
Would I be up next to speak?
You would, sir.
Okay, my name is Russell Smith. I want to thank you for giving me an opportunity to speak to you today. I've been a resident of Douglas County since 2004. I am an active pilot. I've been actively involved in teaching at the airport since my arrival here in 2004. I've been a previous squadron commander twice for the local Civil Air Patrol squadron at the airport.
I am the chief instructor for the High Sierra Pilots Flying Club, which is at the airport and now has 12 aircraft based there. And I work with the FAA safety program and have provided numerous safety programs to the Douglas area pilots. Every year we do one in the fall, and I've been active in those presentations and helping with safety at the airport. So my background, I received an FAA award for Outstanding Flight Instructor of the Year 2019, and I have a Master Pilot Award from the FAA as well. So I've been teaching for about 25 years now. And I would welcome the opportunity to serve on the airport board.
Thank you very much.
Mr. Chairman,
Yes.
for the record, Patrick Cates, I was corresponding with the airport manager, Chris Johnson, about the airport commercial community representative. It's not listed on your sheet, and he responded that Russell Smith is the one candidate who probably most clearly meets those qualifications, since he does work there as a flight instructor and with the Civil Air Patrol, as he just discussed.
Okay, so we've got to break this down.
Let's see, do you want to go with the community at large first? Since that's the largest?
Well, we can do that. Do we have a candidate who wants to be in that position?
We have
1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
Okay.
This is John Morgan. I'd take that position if that's available.
That's the one. I'm sorry. That's the one I applied for. This is Judith Anderson.
Oh.
Mr. Chairman?
Yes, go ahead, Walt.
Have we heard from all the applicants?
I don't know. There's a few. How many applicants are there, Mr. Cates?
So there are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 applicants.
Okay.
Yeah, we've heard about half.
So we do not have Kimberly on the call or Becky. Betty Martinez and Emmett, they're not on the call.
Commissioner Gardner.
Yeah, I think I'd like to start things off, and I'd like to move for the appointment of Sue Goda to the business community area appointment at this time, and then we can move on to the others.
I'll second that motion.
We have a first and a second to appoint Sue Goda to the commercial portion of the committee.
I think we have two
Not
openings.
the commercial, not the commercial, the business community.
Business
Right.
community.
One, and then we have one for the commercial, and then one for the community at large, if
But
I'm
we have
not
a motion
mistaken,
for Ms. Goda,
for the business community.
this community. So that's separate. That's one motion.
Yeah,
And a
I'll second
second. Okay. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Any nays? Okay, Ms. Goda carries 5-0. Now we'll
Thank
go
you.
to
Thank you very much. I'm very excited about this.
We need one more from the business community.
I don't think I have spoke yet on the business community.
I think that's commercial community. Is that right, Mr. Cates?
No, I think the commercial community is directly related to somebody working with at the airport authority or airport.
And is there only one person on that?
So, sorry, I'm trying to get back to my messages here.
I'm willing to be available for that position if the board so desires.
Yeah, Russell Smith would be the person most qualified for that role, according to the airport manager.
In that case, Mr. Chairman, I'd like to nominate him for the open slot that we were just discussing.
I'll second it.
We have a first and a second for Mr. Smith. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Any nays? Motion carries 5-0. Mr. Smith, you got a job.
Thank you very much, and I will do my best to serve the airport and our citizens and our community well.
Thank you,
Thank
sir.
you, sir. So we have what, one left?
Yes.
It would be community at large. I'll jump in here. I've known Sean Mayhem for a very long time. I know he's very involved with aircraft. For some reason, he was in the Air Force for some period of time, like most of his life. And he did the real stuff, the stuff that had to do with loading those suckers. So I would like to nominate Sean Mayhem.
I'll second that.
Okay, we have a motion for Sean Mahan and a second. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any nays? Sean, you just got elected. We have 5
Thank you,
votes.
Mr. Chairman, and we've got an incredible talent in this community as signified by the applicants. A lot of talent out there. Thank you, gentlemen.
Sean, do you know what the moment and datum is on a C-130?
I do not, but I can tell you a C5 is 1254.24 inches. And 100% of Mac is 370.52.
Mr. Chairman?
Yes, Mr. Carter.
I have a quick comment. I don't know if Mr. Meehan or Ms. Doda or Russell Smith are aware of this, but an individual within our community who was very well respected a couple of years ago, Dan Ray, his wife survives him at the Pink House. He brought forward an idea of expanding the airport to include more commercial buildings for small aircraft for owners of jet service or jets that lived in California, had their business in California, that might want to relocate into our beautiful valley and expanding that commercial process within our airport. And I thought that was a terrific idea. So I would hope that Mr. Meehan and Ms. Goda and Mr. Smith could look into the expansion of that idea and the fruition of that idea to make our airport even more commercially acceptable, or maybe not privately acceptable, I should say, and expand the income that we can derive from that airport. So that's all I wanted to say. Thank you.
Well, I think that's already in the works. They're going to get 3 new taxiways, and they're just waiting for the weather to warm up because apparently those runways have to be done when the weather's warmer because of the asphalt and everything. But yeah, we are all in accord with that, and I would suspect that everybody who is on the airport commission is on board with that as well. Thank you. Right. Number 16. For possible action, discussion on one appointment to the Planning Commission to fulfill the term that expires December 2022 in adherence with NRS 278.030 and the County Code 2.0602. Mr. Case, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So we have one vacancy and 3 applicants. I believe all of them are on the call. We have Charles Holt, Nicholas Mayer, and Jennifer Toon.
All right, would any of the applicants care to make a comment? Mr. Mayor, turn your, I think you're muted. I can't hear you.
Can I make a comment while he's?
Yeah.
Okay.
Go ahead.
Everyone. Welcome
Okay.
aboard, all the new commissioners. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, Mr. Cates. My name is Jen. I am a long-time resident here, not only in Douglas County, but I did have the privilege of growing up in South Lake Tahoe. We moved there in '79 when I was 3. Both my parents worked in the casino and gaming industry, and then we relocated down here in 1984, thanks to what we now know as Gardnerville Ranchos 6. I'm a Douglas High graduate. I have 4 kids that are currently, actually 3 of them are currently in the school district here. My oldest is a Douglas High graduate. He went on to play football in college and then joined the Army, and he is now a soldier serving for our country. Currently, I am a alum in the Leadership Douglas County class of 2020. I am also on the board of directors for the Carson Valley Chamber of Commerce, and I am a CASA volunteer. I will say the reason why I was compelled to put in an application, I feel the experience that I have over the history of working in the title and escrow industry years ago in the early 2000s when we experienced the original chaos, I will call it, of the bubble, which was what put in motion the growth management ordinance. I experienced it firsthand as a not only a title officer, but a trustee sale officer. I watched a lot of our parcels here in the valley be subdivided from beautiful acreage down to tiny lots that had a lot of homes on them. It was a lot of chaos going on. There was no regulations and loans. It was a perfect storm brewing. And then on the flip side of it, I was also a trustee sale officer. So when all of those loans were not fulfilled by the buyers, I was responsible for crying the sales. And I saw a lot of lenders and investors lose everything. So I've seen the worst that could happen to this valley. I am very much concerned about the future. I feel that you have to have a big grasp on the history that happened here in order to plan for the future. And I mentored over at Northern Nevada Title Company back in the early 2000s under Jim Kiernan, and we had legal counsel Ed Bernard as our attorney. And I learned a tremendous amount about local ordinances, land laws, NRS, and I feel that I have a great amount of confidence that I would be able to discern and do a lot of fact finding to make sure that great information is presented to you as board members to make decisions going forward as far as the future of our valley.
Ms. Toon, I'm curious, where's your son stationed?
He is in North Carolina. He is currently in the he's already qualified, so now he's going through selections, and if all goes well, he will be a Green Beret come April. So,
God bless him.
Thank
you. You know what this means up here on my hat?
I do. Thank you for your service.
It was a long time ago in Vietnam. So, anyway, I have a strong affinity for the kids that step up. It's not easy. So. And I know that you worry about him, but he'll be okay.
He will be okay. He's where he is meant to be.
I promise you. Okay. Mr. Holt, would you care to make a comment?
Sure. Well, first of all, she can't be old enough to have somebody in the Army, so I don't believe a word that she said. But at any rate, this position in the planning board is, I think, where I could be best utilized by the county. I have the tenacity to look for the facts. I don't believe anyone in this county truly knows how many houses permits have been approved. And that would be the first thing that I would put my nose onto. And what if you dislike Mr. Cates, this would be a perfect position to have me for, because he would get tired of me knocking on his door. So I would be there. I would be objective. I would give you the facts, and I would give you the numbers. That's what I'd be good for. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Mayor, would you care to make a comment or two?
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Yes, now we can.
Great, good. I moved to Gardnerville in 2013 because I've visited this valley many times before, and I love this valley. I lived in California in the Bay Area from 1973 to 2013. And I was a general contractor, a licensed general contractor in California from 1982 to 1985. And I specialized in building solar homes and installing solar systems in California. So I built a variety of single-family homes, multifamily solar dwellings, and I was very active in the solar energy industry during the early period in California. When the recession hit in California, I decided to go to work in Silicon Valley. And I worked in Silicon Valley for 10 years in the semiconductor equipment manufacturing industry. So we made all the sophisticated machines to make integrated circuits for Intel, National Semiconductor. And eventually I rose to be the general manager of a diversified manufacturing company in Silicon Valley. In 1992, I moved into the telecommunications industry with Plantronics, located in Santa Cruz, California. Plantronics made the headset that went to the moon with the Apollo astronauts, and those famous words were spoken through that headset by Neil Armstrong. A very storied company. And then in 2003, I joined my brother and we founded a software company. And I've been in the enterprise software business for since 2003. A very successful company, very profitable. We're in the process of divesting that company now, so I will be retired at that point. From my background as a builder, I understand building plans, plot plans, planning of subdivisions, and all the process that goes into planning. Very familiar with building codes, solar codes, utility codes. So I think I'm qualified from that standpoint to look at infrastructure and building projects that are proposed by developers in the valley. So I'd like to use my expertise now that I'm going to be retired. I'd like to use my expertise and apply that to the county. I've done hundreds of contracts with large companies, small companies, with very detailed and precise specifications. I understand that building very well. And I think what this valley needs is to have very managed, controlled growth that is based on really the capacity of what this valley can handle. We need to focus on our ranching community and what their requirements are, what our infrastructure needs are, our traffic requirements and what those are going to be projected to be, and of course, water. I think water is our most important variable that we have to get our arms around in order to create a sustainable community here. So I thank you for your consideration, and I'd like to serve the community.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. We appreciate your comments. Any comments from the commissioners?
Mr. Chair, Mark Gardner?
Yes. Mark.
I know all three of these individuals. I've reviewed all of their applications and their resumes and their qualifications. I believe Nick Mayer is the most qualified to serve in this position. It is only a 2-year position because it will be taking the remaining 2 years of Planning Commissioner Dave Acola, who had to resign due to his election to the TRE GID Board of Trustees. So at this time, I will move for the selection of Nicholas Mayer to fulfill the remaining 2-year term on the Planning Commission.
I'll second the motion.
Can I make a comment before you vote?
Go ahead.
Now is the time for discussion.
Okay, thank you. First, I thought, Jen, your presentation was really good, and I really think you got a great background. Assuming the vote goes against you here today, I hope you stay involved. I think you could be a great asset to this community. You've done a wonderful job with your family. And also, Mr. Holt, you've applied for numerous positions. I know it'd be very difficult to get appointed any of them. But just the fact that you did so, I got a lot of respect for you. And again, I think Mr. Mayer has a very good background and made a good presentation. So I thought all three of you guys did a really good job.
Thank you.
Any further comments?
Thanks, Mr. Tarkanian.
We'll take it to a vote. All those in favor of Mr. Mayer signify by voting aye.
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 Any nays? The motion carries. Mr. Mayer, you're now on the Planning Commission. Ms. Toon, you were up at working at the lake, or your folks were, when Bill Harrow was running the show up there, wasn't he?
I actually was, when the big bomb went off in the basement of Harvey's, we were down the street trying to go pick up my mom. So I was actually an eyewitness to that. I've been around that.
Hey,
Round a bit.
Miss Toon, I share Mr. Holt's observation. I find it hard to believe, but we've met several times in public, and I just find it hard to believe that you are old enough to have a son that's in the Army. So,
well, thank you. Yeah, I had him when I was young, but I wasn't that young. But yes, I'm old enough to be someone's mother, an old person's mother.
Not just in the Army, he's a Ranger.
Well, thank you so much for your consideration, and you'll see more of me soon. And congratulations to all of you coming on board, and I can't wait to see what you guys have in store for us.
Well, thank you, Jen. Class act.
Thank you.
Thanks very much, all you guys. We're done.
Motion
how about
to
that,
adjourn.
John?
Wait a minute, Commissioner knows that. Jeez. What time is it?
You can start happy hour early, Mr. Ingalls.
Yeah, I'm like flabbergasted. I thought it was it's a good thing we started at 9 a.m.
Oh,
because
good point.
We would have been going into the wee hours of the night. Do any of the commissioners have any comments or discussion items before we adjourn?
No, I think we
I
better
think we
have
need to go into public comment, right?
Correct.
closing public comment. And then it's martini time.
Early martini time.
Don't tell my wife.
All right, Natalie, are there any closing comments?
Yes, sir. Natalie Wood for the record. It is 2:49 p.m. for closing public comment. I will start playing the two we've received.
Ellie Waller, W-A-L-L-E-R. I'd like to thank the commissioners for having a discussion on how public comment should be handled in the future. I am still disappointed and disillusioned that it took this long to have the discussion. The previous chair made a poor choice. You all need to be reminded we had a crucial process going on during this COVID restricted time. The 20-year master plan update, which should have been deferred until this year so that the public could interactively participate.
There is no substitute for interactive participation, especially during the Planning Commission hearings that were called workshops. Those meetings were not workshops by definition. The county manager's explanation today does not excuse how long it took to get your attention from the public that during the master plan and other meetings was incomplete and hindered by this current process. Sending in detailed written comments and 2 3-minute online pre-recorded messages do not constitute participation. I completely understand that we needed to go to Zoom meetings, but it was and was an ill-advised choice to lock out the citizens of Douglas County in participating in their future through the master plan process. I will repeat that the community plan updates should have been completed first, as they are the framework for the master plan updates, maps, future zoning changes, etc. With that said, restricting us to 4 action-only items isn't correct either. Development projects come forward for first and second reading. The first reading, we should have the opportunity to comment after it is presented as an agenda item. Please reconsider for action items only and allow the public comment on the first readings of proposed development projects.
Okay, next.
Jim Slade. Thanks to Commissioner Gardner for realizing that consent item I did not meet the requirements of the open meeting law to have a clear and complete detailed agenda. Apparently, the other 4 commissioners think that identifying the location of an agenda item as the Gardner residence is sufficient without even identifying the community or street name. In addition, Public Works told you that the water main being replaced went from 100 feet to 110 feet, and that was what caused the cost increase. None of you questioned why a 10% increase in distance necessitated a nearly 40% increase in costs. Where's the fiscal oversight? Commissioner Tarkanian, stating that he is in the development business, only seemed concerned about the speed with which the contractors pay for work done in October. Mr. Tarkanian on Monday talked about how important it is for the board to come together to facilitate the best interest for Douglas County. He urged cooperation and cohesiveness. Where was his voice and that of others on that in the last 2 years when the Penzel-Walsh-Rice troika ran roughshod over the board, ignoring the interests and concerns of the other commissioners and the public? Nearly every vote of consequence was 3-2, supporting development and gaming interests with little regard for the public good. There's a new majority on the board, though, one that seems much more concerned with the interests of the population as a whole, that is determined to preserve our rural character, that is skeptical of excessive development, especially those that require master plan amendments. They're concerned about the viability of our water supply, our most precious resource, and the decline in our infrastructure from roads and traffic congestion to our inadequate JLEC. Mr. Tarkanian, you ran essentially on a ticket with Walsh and Tolbert, all of you with substantial support from development and gaming interests. Your only required campaign contribution report released before the primary election showed a total of $700 in contributions, mostly from someone in Las Vegas. As soon as that period ended, when further contributions would be publicly reported only after the election, then the floodgates opened for your campaign with over $80,000 in contributions, much of it from development and gaming interests. Your biggest contributor was the Edgewood companies with $10,000, but also included sizable contributions from the Tahoe Beach Club, Park Family Trust, Gardner Enterprises, BORPAC, Nevada Builders Alliance. The list goes on and on, all timed to prevent the public from knowing your campaign contributors until after the primary election, which of course you won by only 17 votes. You even got a contribution from the committee to elect Wes Rice, a well-documented supporter of development and gaming interests. Your attempt to nominate Mr. Rice for board chairman Monday was inappropriate and doomed to failure, but it certainly showed your bias. You stated earlier that you were in the development business. Citizens of Douglas County still hope and expect that you will always act in the best interest of the community as a whole.
Hey, can I make a response as a public comment? How does that work? Well, this would be a question for the attorney, I think. There are several statements that he made that I think need to be addressed.
Chairman, if I may.
Yes, you may. Go ahead, Doug.
Thank you. Doug Ritchie with the Douglas County District Attorney's Office. Public comment is open to anyone, including commissioners, elected officials. I would note that public comment should still be limited to those items within the jurisdiction control of this board. So again, comments should be directed towards policy, not individuals. But to answer the question, yes, any member of the Board of County Commissioners may submit public comment as well.
Thank you. And I hope this doesn't become a habit because it doesn't really progress the movement of the board or the betterment of Douglas County. But when a gentleman like Mr. Slade, who came out very strongly against me in the campaign, wrote some very nasty and vile letters to the editor, his position about me was already well known. He thinks he can take shots about me and then not be responded to. And most of the stuff he said is ridiculous. First of all, I stand by.
Mr. Chair, I'm sorry to interrupt Mr. Tarkanian, but we are in the middle of public comment via phone. And I would like to let those individuals who phoned in to go ahead and finish their comments. And then afterwards, then I think the different members of the board can go ahead and comment. But
I think it was very inappropriate for you to interrupt me in my comment. If the Chairman Engels wanted me to do that, then that would be his call, and I'll defer to whatever Chairman Engels says. But you shouldn't be interrupting me during my response to the public comment where I was personally attacked.
All right, gentlemen. One of the things in the opening is the public comments are supposed to be germane to the items that are in the agenda. And we can get into a taffy pull over these things. I've taken my hits. Other commissioners have taken their hits. So this turns into a taffy pull. I understand where you're coming from. It's not a comfortable thing to have happen. But I would recommend that we refrain from getting into this pushback and kind of things with the community at large. So that's my opinion. If you want to continue, but I would recommend that we just suck it up and take care of business and go on our way.
Mr. Chairman, because of my respect for you and your position, I will not continue any further. I do think it's inappropriate for these public comments for someone to make personal attacks that aren't true and then to leave those untruths unanswered. But if you would prefer for me not to respond, I will do so on this occasion. Thank you.
I'm not telling you what to do. I'm just making a recommendation that this is part of what we have to deal with. So, and I've taken my hits, Commissioner Tarkanian, and for the good of the county, I elected to just take those hits and roll with them. So it's up to you.
Now you put me in a spot because I would rather respond. So if you're going to make it as a
I'm just saying, go ahead and respond. I'm not.
Okay. Well, look at the point. I think if you're going to have public comments and you're going to make statements about people personally, they ought to be accurate. If they're not accurate, they should be responded to. The only thing I'm going to respond to then of all the things that he said was the contributions and the reports. We follow guidelines, as all of you commissioners know, and anybody who's run for public office, that there's certain timelines that you make the reports of when you receive the money and when you don't. I did that exactly what was requested. I got in the race at the end of the second quarter or first quarter. So no, I didn't raise much money in the first quarter. Whatever I raised in the second quarter, I reported it as I'm supposed to. The inference that I did something wrong there is not accurate or correct. Many other things he said wasn't accurate or correct, but I'll leave it at that.
Commissioner Gardner.
Mr. Tarkanian, Commissioner Tarkanian, I was not objecting to what you wanted to say. I was objecting to when you were attempting to say it. That's it. Natalie Wood was asked to play the phoned in comments, and we were in the middle of that, and I would have preferred to finish hearing those comments before members of the commission go forward with any comments. So that's all I was asking for. I wasn't trying to interrupt you. I wasn't trying to keep you from voicing your comments. All I was asking for is for Natalie Wood to complete the assignment that our chairman asked her to do, and that was play the public comments that were placed on phone lines. I don't know if we're finished with that or not. So anyways, I apologize for interrupting you. It was no intention other than to allow Mr. Ms. Wood to finish her task at hand. Thank you.
Ms. Wood, are there any further comments?
Natalie Wood, for the record, no additional public comment has been received.
All right. It's a responsibility of this board to look out for this county and do the best we can for the county. All of these other things are ancillary, and we have one objective, and that's to work on behalf of our county and make it and keep it the best county in Nevada. That's all I have to say. Thank you. And otherwise, we're adjourned. We'll make happy hour.
So moved.
Thank you,
Thank
Mr.
you.
Chairman.
Yes, yes.
Thank you.
I don't know what happened.